the one and only. And I just want to introduce him really quick. And today's coaching call, we really are in for a special treat. He's just an overall expert in the field of mindset. He even founded his own coaching business in regards to destroying limiting beliefs and even doubts. He's just an overall juggernaut when it comes to breaking from old traumas, mastering yourself in any area of life. And not only that, he's a real family man and overall just a phenomenal human being with a heart of gold. And he's also a former business coach of mine and has many, many years of experiences in online mindset coaching. And if that isn't enough, he also has about 10 plus years of clinical fields of work experience. And he's just one of the most kindest humans I've ever met. Zaec, Michael. Welcome.
Wow.
Brother.
Dave, sound check. You can hear me okay, right?
Yeah, everything is good, man.
Wow, that was an epic intro, man. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
My pleasure.
How's everyone doing? Give me a thumbs up.
Everybody's hyped. Everybody's pumped.
Nice.
Yeah.
Right on. Right on. All right, guys. So, what we have planned for today is, first of all, I want to say thank you, Dave, for inviting me on your call, inviting me into your kind of inner circle here. You guys, I know you guys are in awesome hands, as you already know, with Dave. So what we have planned here today is basically, I'm going to go into my story. I'm going to tell you how I got into what I do now. And then we're going to do some hot seat. Dave, I don't know if you've shared this, but we're going to do some hot seat coaching. So for anyone who is here today that would like to experience letting go and this particular style of letting go, how we teach letting go, and experience some wins here today, then you're going to have the opportunity to do that. So Dave, I don't know how you operate when you do that kind of thing, but if you have a system in place, then we could just do that, or we could do like kind of a hands raised, and we could just go in order of those who raise their hands, whatever you'd like to do.
Yeah, let's just go for like the hands raised, and we'll just keep muted as of for right now to hear your story, and then we can go into the practicality of things.
Nice. Sounds good. All right, guys. So yeah, as Dave said, I've been doing this for coming up on 12 years now. And I got into this space, I'll keep it as short as I can. I got into this space when I was around 23, and I started my practice at 25, basically. And I always knew that I had my purpose in life was to help people. That's why I'm here. And I just basically started to pursue the field of human potential and personal development. And I wound up getting all these different certifications within this space, within the healing arts. Joined a number of the top leading naturopathic medical clinics here in Vancouver, Canada, which is where I'm based. And I specialized in trauma. So that's ultimately what I specialized in for all of these years. And I worked with the medical staff there and basically just treated all of their patients with things like chronic pain, PTSD, like severe levels of trauma. Everyone from 19-year-old college students to senior executives of multi-billion-dollar corporations. So I got to learn a lot about how people hold themselves back from all walks of life, because it doesn't matter who you are, what your background is, what your experiences are. The person that you've learned to become is simply based on the experiences that you've had in the past, and the emotional charges, the emotional associations, which is the learning, the beliefs, how beliefs are stored. It's all of this kind of emotional storage that becomes stored in the unconscious mind. Whatever you have in there is what literally creates your life experience. So this is why I ended up focusing on the area of PTSD and trauma. Now, several years ago, I then evolved into working specifically with entrepreneurs, online entrepreneurs, mostly coaches, consultants, service providers, other people who are making change in the world, online, internationally, because that's what I do as well. And I found that some of the most common ways that entrepreneurs are holding themselves back is in their thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that are commonly connected to self-doubts, feelings of unworthiness, feelings of not good enough, and these kinds of core beliefs. And often when these kinds of core beliefs are stored in the unconscious mind, they will generalize out into all areas of life that may be unrelated to where that initial core belief was actually learned. This is how the unconscious mind functions. And so when we understand how you hold yourself back in terms of thought, feeling, and behavior, this then creates self-sabotaging behavioral patterns. All that's necessary is to identify how it's stored within what context, and then simply let it go. So I found that, and I know Dave has taught you guys letting go as well in your program, and I found that letting go is the ultimate pathway to healing. It's the ultimate pathway to getting out of your own way. It's the ultimate pathway to tapping into your full potential and becoming what you're actually destined to become. Because the truth is, and why letting go is the ultimate pathway, is because whatever you hold on to in the form of what I call darkness, it doesn't actually exist. When I say darkness, what I mean is these stored traumas. It does not actually exist. And why we call it darkness is because think for example, like, we say it's illusion, right? We say, okay, look, I've got this problem. I experienced this. I've experienced this pattern of behavior for as long as I have. How can you say it's not real or it's an illusion? Well, think of it like this. In a dark room, how do you create darkness? Right? We'll do that really quick. Okay. So how do you create darkness? All you do is you turn out the light, right? That's all you do. That's what darkness is. Darkness is simply the absence of light. Now, to heal darkness, to transcend illusion, all that's required is to turn on the light. And that's the truth, because that's what darkness is. It's merely the absence of truth. Illusion is the absence of truth. So now my mission has become to bring the light back into the human collective, the collective unconscious. Carl Jung was famous for developing the concept of the collective unconscious. And essentially what this means is that we are all connected by virtue of the fact that we are all one energy. And because of the fact that we're all connected, we could take advantage of this connection by understanding that when we heal our own individual darkness, we actually influence the collective. This is the work that we're actually doing here, is healing ourselves. And at the very same time, healing the world as a consequence. Now, this leads us into the work of consciousness work. You may or may not be familiar with levels of consciousness. This is essentially levels of spiritual energy, is what this is. And when you raise, so when you think of, we talked about stored traumatic emotional charges. Now, by the way, guys, when I say trauma, before I continue, when I say the word trauma, oftentimes that word has a very specific image or picture in someone's mind. Many people think of something very, very emotionally severe, like war, like rape, like a car accident. And these are forms of what are obvious trauma. Now, of course, that is traumatic, but trauma is any experience that you've had in your life that can be considered traumatic. So for me, where I experienced my trauma, this is kind of where my story begins, is in the school system. I went through the school system from primary school, high school, all the way through college, and I experienced verbal abuse from teachers that I like to think should not have been teachers, because they didn't understand how the unconscious mind works and absorbs information. So from very early on, I can remember my first memories of this were in grade 1, where I was downloading negative, toxic beliefs about myself that at the time I thought were true, because I'm a kid, I'm impressionable, didn't know any better, right? So it just went directly into the unconscious, because from birth to age 7 or 8, you're in a state of hypnosis called somnambulism, where there's no critical faculty that's really developed in the mind yet. And so whatever you're learning, whatever you're seeing, hearing, experiencing, it's just going straight into your unconscious mind and forming your model of the world. So this is where I learned my kind of traumatic beliefs. And ultimately what this created were personality changes within. I ended up developing a negative way of being, an unconscious, I call this a way of being. It's conditioning. And this conditioning, these negative personality traits, were the consequence of learning all of this negativity throughout this developmental period of my life. And after having developed these negative personality traits, it literally influenced my experience of life in terms of the external. And I wound up experiencing something I never thought I would. I never anticipated this. I wound up homeless for a short period of time. This is something that I only recently started sharing with people. And this was about 9 years ago. And so I wound up, all of a sudden, it was like very, very quick. There was almost no preparation. I was pretty much homeless in a very short period of time. And this was in the winter in Canada, which is not a place to be outside. So what happened during this time, you guys may be familiar with the term a dark night of the soul. A dark night of the soul is essentially when you experience a very trying and challenging experience in your life, very emotionally challenging. It could be any context. It doesn't matter what it is, but it's a period of life where you become so tested and challenged emotionally relative to anything else you've ever experienced. And this was that for me in this moment. And in this period of time, I was being, all of the negativity that I had stored within was coming up to the surface. So these personality traits, which were predominantly bitterness, kind of chip on my shoulder, it's me against the world, anger, quick to resentment, quick to trigger, quick to get into it with someone. This was all now coming to the surface, and I was in this frustration, this anger, this resentment, this, why is this happening to me? Embarrassment, humiliation. Now, at the time, I was actually working at these clinics. Now, I didn't tell anyone what I was experiencing at the time. I would go and kind of take refuge in my local community center where I'd grown up, and I would shower, change, and I'd get all, sharpened up in my suit, and then I'd go to work, and no one was the wiser. And so in this period of time, the moment where the shift happened was when I was in this community center, and it was about 9 p.m. at night. I was kind of just sitting there for as long as they would have me until they closed and kicked me out. And that's exactly what happened. So sitting there, I was reading a book, some book on spirituality. And it was 9 p.m. So it was dark. It was cold outside. And all of a sudden, something took over my consciousness. I was not prepared for it. I did not ask for it. I wasn't even aware of this kind of experience at the time. I looked up from my book, put it down, and everything within my visible field, my field of vision, slowed down, and everything took on this beautiful, radiant glow. Okay? And at the time, I had no explanation for what it was. This wasn't, as I said, this wasn't something I was doing to myself. It just happened. And within this period of time, which if I was to measure it in terms of time, I would say it lasted probably roughly 30 seconds. And coupled with the visible changes was this overwhelming feeling of freedom, unconditional love, and complete peace. I was completely free from all of the emotional suffering that I was in for that period of time. And I remember having this thought to myself, and I remember it perfectly. And it sounds crazy to the ego, because to the ego mind, it makes no sense. I thought to myself, this awareness came over me. I don't care if I'm in this experience and homeless for the rest of my life. I genuinely do not care if I can feel what I feel right now at the time. If I can feel this love, this freedom, this connection with all that is, that's something that I had never experienced before. And it made the suffering look completely inconsequential. So immediately, within an instant, I was free from the pain. I was free from the pain and the suffering. It no longer controlled my life. Now, the very next day, within a 12-hour period, after having completely surrendered to my circumstances that were previously controlling me, I ended up meeting with a very close family friend. And I was with my mom at the time, by the way. We were experiencing this at the same time. And so I went to the clinic in the morning. She went to meet her family friend, our family friend. And they went to meet at a cafe, and I was to meet them after I was done at the clinic. So I come back, it's the morning, I meet them, and she's telling her what we're experiencing. She's the only person we've told. And there's mom's here, she's here, I'm here. And the back of the cafe is to the back of me, and there's a pathway to the bathroom. And what happened was, we're the only people there, by the way. And all of a sudden, we all turn around because a woman has just walked behind me and basically face planted. She's just fallen on her face on the ground. And we turn around to see what happened, help her up. And there is our other very close family friend, which we've known for decades and not seen in about a decade. And so now she's there and she's asking, hey, how are you guys? What's going on? Give us some updates. How are you doing? And my mom says, well, you wouldn't believe it. We're actually sleeping in your parking lot in front of your door. And she was going, this is the woman that just fell down. And she's going, what? Like, she's beside herself in shock. And she's like, why wouldn't you come and knock on her door? And she's, well, this was just too humiliating of an experience. And that was enough to not knock on the door. And she said, okay, you're coming in. This is the problem solved for right now. You're going to come and stay with us. This is crazy. And so that's exactly what we did. And from that point on, the problem was resolved. We moved on, and the rest was history. Now, I'm convinced that having completely surrendered and let go of what I was attached to within the condition of homelessness, that I was provided or presented with the miracle, which was the solution to the condition. There was no preparation. We had not seen this woman in years. It's something that cannot be proven, of course, but it's something that I know intuitively. And it's also something that I've seen and heard expressed by countless other people who have experienced their own surrendering and letting go while in the midst of a dark night of the soul. You can think of stage 4 cancers where they're given no time to live, bodies ridden with tumors, anything you could possibly think of. And I've heard of cases where all of a sudden, within an instant, all the tumors gone. Any kind of physical malady or condition completely resolved, not because of something they did, but because of something they allowed. And this work, especially within the health examples that I mentioned, has been studied extensively by Dr. Joe Dispenza, someone you can go and look up if you're not aware of already. He's got the science, the hard data that is connecting these kind of surrendering experiences with spontaneous remission, as the medical profession likes to call it, instant healing, right? Where you get out of your own way, release your attachment to how you suffer, and allow something miraculous to take place. So this is what led me on my mission towards helping other people let go of the stored darkness and illusion that they hold within their body mind, which is the unconscious mind. So now what we do is we have a very simple step-by-step pathway of identifying what you store in your unconscious mind. Once we identify it, letting it go. And then the third phase is conditioning you to a new level of mind. The level of mind that is in alignment with the vision that you want to create. So now, as I said, we're working with mostly entrepreneurs. We attract all different types of people. It could be people that don't connect with like a business or entrepreneurial related block. People are attracted to this kind of pathway for all reasons. So what we're going to do here next is get into some hot seat coaching and pop you guys out if you're ready for it, and start to address anything that you'd like to. Okay. So what I'm going to suggest is that we start to address the emotional charges that are connected to memories, traumatic memories that you may hold. Okay. So I want you to think of, what's a memory that I have been holding on to for as long as I have, and every time I think about it, I don't want to go there. Maybe it's sad, maybe it's angry, whatever it is. And once you have something in your mind, you can just use the hand raise function. And then what we can do is, if there's a lineup of people that want to do this, we'll just go in order of hands raised. All right. And then after we do some hot seat coaching, we'll then get into some Q&A. That's the plan. So I'm gonna throw it out to you guys. I'm gonna invite you. Is there anyone here that would like to experience and learn an approach that they can use? Nice. Okay, we have a few. All right, awesome. Great. So I see Gavin's hand is raised. I saw some other hands go up. For the guys that, just pop open the reactions function, click raise hand. And then we'll have you there lined up. Nice. Awesome. Okay. All right. So I see Gavin up first. Gavin, nice to meet you.
Hey, man. Thanks for the talk so far. It's been great.
Awesome. Nice. Yeah, I know we covered a lot so far. So guys, we can get to any questions as well near the end. But yeah, Gavin, what's on your mind?
Good question. There's a lot on my mind. I actually wrote down like 4 or 5 things before we came on the call to focus on letting go of. But you just said, forget about what you really want to let go of. Kind of tell you what the charge is that's attached to the memory, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. So sadness, anger, frustration.
Yep. Okay. Now, when you tell me about sadness, anger, and frustration, how do you know you experience these emotions? When I say, how do you know?
Yeah.
What I'm looking for is, when and how do you typically feel this way?
So that's a very easy question to answer. When something I either see visually or I think that is attached to the memory that started. Yeah.
Something you see visually is attached to the memory that started it.
Yeah, I guess so. Like, yeah, where does the emotion come from? Yeah.
Okay.
So you're thinking of something that is related, right?
Yes. Yeah. So do you have a specific memory in mind?
A specific memory.
Let's look at it like this, Gavin. When you think of the emotions that you just described,
yeah,
what comes to mind?
When I think of the emotions.
Yeah. So when you describe frustration and everything else that you mentioned,
sadness, anger.
Sadness. How do you connect with that inside? Like, what is a source of sadness, frustration, and so on?
I guess it's in my gut and my heart, I guess.
Okay. Do you feel it right now?
Yeah.
How do you know?
Because we're talking about it, which is triggering me.
Okay. So just talking about is bringing it up.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about letting it go.
Yep. Okay. So can you tell me about those sensations in the body? Maybe tell me how strong they are, what they feel like.
Yeah, well, the the heart one is it's kind of weird, to be honest. It's kind of like the heart is just like made of stone, and the same with the stomach. Like the stomach kind of wants to knot but can't because it doesn't have the flexibility because it's like stone.
Okay. That's a good description. How long do you feel like it's been like this in your
A
life?
long time.
Yeah. Okay. Could you give me maybe something, or here's what we'll do, Gavin. Is there something in your mind that as we talk about this, you're being reminded of? Now, I don't want you to tell me the detail. You don't need to tell me the detail here, but just give me a nod. If that's true, let me know. Is there something connected to that you experienced in your life that you feel like could be connected to this?
Well, other than the original event.
Oh, you do have an original event in your mind.
Yeah.
Good. We'll stay there. Okay. So you've got an event in your mind. We're discussing this and you're starting to feel this, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Has it changed at all? Is it increasing at all?
Well, when I talk about it, it kind of dips less, and then I'm back in focus when I'm not talking about it, and it goes back to where it was.
Okay. Here's what I'd like you to do. So what we're going to do, Gavin, is we're going to do a technique together, okay?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, have you ever addressed this kind of thing before? In therapy, counseling, anything like that, professionally?
No.
No. Okay. So this would be your first time. Nice.
Sure. Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
I mean, yeah, we can call it. Yeah.
Sure. Sounds good. All right. So we're going to do a technique together that I'm going to guide you through. And as we do this, I'd like you to just do as I do. Just follow me, repeat after me, and just do exactly as I do. Okay. Now, before we do that, I'd like, can you rest are you on your phone?
Yeah.
Are you holding your phone?
I'm not, no.
Okay, perfect. So your hand's free. Good. So what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to close your eyes. And I'd like you to think of a positive, peaceful place. Now, this can be from memory, or you can create this place. And just let me know when you have something. This should be a place where you can connect with positive feelings.
Okay.
Have you got one?
Yeah.
Nice. All right. I'd like you to just focus on the positive energy in that peaceful place and really connect with it. Now, by the way, everyone else here everyone else who has their hand raised or would like to follow along, you can follow along with these steps as we're doing this. Can you feel that positive energy, Gavin?
Yeah.
Good. All right, I'd like you to take a deep breath. Good. All right. And then you can open your eyes. All right, good. Now tell me, what was it like for you to connect with that positive place? Was it challenging? Was it easy?
It was easy, yeah. It was radiant and warm and
Yeah.
vibrant.
Good, good. Were you able to see, or was it mostly feeling inside what was going on? Was it mostly visual
In the
feeling?
beginning, I could see, and then it was more just feeling.
Yeah. Awesome. Okay, good. So that's going to be your peaceful place that I'm going to have you go to when I ask you to. Okay. All right. So are you ready to release what you are wanting to release here?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So I'd like you to, now I'm going to take my glasses off because I'm going to lead you through this. So I'd like you to close your eyes. And then I'd like you to connect with this memory, this initial memory. And let me know when you're there. You don't have to describe it for me if you don't want.
Yeah.
Good. I'd like you to see it, hear it, feel it as best as you can right now. Let me know when you can feel it.
I can feel it.
Mm-hmm. What do you notice? What do you feel? Can you describe it? The sensations?
Well, the sadness is back, and the darkness is back, and
Yep.
yeah,
Okay.
it's not warm.
Okay. Okay. Do you notice the physical sensations before in the chest and stomach?
Yeah.
Okay. From 0 to 10, how strong would you say this emotional charge is in terms of intensity? 10 being the maximum.
8.
Okay. All right. Good.
Maybe.
Yep. Good. We'll give it an 8. Okay. And I'd like you to open your eyes and just look around in your room. Kind of clear the mind as best you can for just a moment. Put your attention on something else. Okay. Then I'd like just keep your eyes open, and I'd like you to follow me and repeat after me. Okay. So what we're going to do is some tapping on some acupuncture meridian points. Okay. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to start here in between the eyes. You have 2 points on the inside of your eyebrows, on the eye socket, on the edge. It's on both sides, right on the edge, and then on the bottom, right on the bone there. Yep. And then about 2 centimeters or an inch below your 2 collarbone points. There's points there too. All right. And then we're going to finish off with the wrist. Just put some light pressure on both sides of the wrist. Okay. Perfect. Okay. So I'd like you to follow me. Start tapping in between. It's safe.
It's safe.
As I let go of all my sadnesses.
As I let go of all my sadnesses.
It's safe as I let go of all my fears.
It's safe as I let go of all my fears.
It's safe as I let go of all my emotional traumas.
It's safe as I let go of all my emotional traumas.
All the anger and pain.
All the anger and pain.
Guilt and shame.
Guilt and shame.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
All feelings of hopelessness and helplessness.
All feelings of hopelessness and helplessness.
feelings of no control,
feelings of no control,
resentment and rejection,
resentment and rejection,
abandonment and betrayal.
abandonment and betrayal.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
Press the wrist and then close your eyes. Take a deep breath as you're pressing the wrist. And say peace.
Peace.
Relax the arms, let go of the wrist, keep your eyes closed and go into your peaceful place. Now, I'd like you to put a smile on your face as you're in this peaceful place, and I'd like you to take another deep breath. Now, when you can feel the positive feelings in this peaceful place, you can open your eyes. All right, and then look around your room. Break the state, clear the mind. All right. Good. Okay, now I'd like you to close your eyes again. And then go back to that memory. Go back to that emotionally charged memory and notice as you go back there, whatever it is you notice right now. See it, hear it, feel it as best you can. Let me know when you can connect with that memory.
Yeah.
What do you notice, Gavin, now?
The stomach's not quite as tight as it was.
Okay, where do you experience that? Is that in the body, in the chest?
Yeah, in the stomach.
Okay. So where would you say it is now from 0 to 10? Before it was an 8. What's it at now, do you think?
7, 6, 7, 6.
Okay, good. Nice. So it's less tight. Any other changes visibly with anything you heard, anything like that? Or is it mostly just physical?
I would say it maybe wasn't quite as dark. Still dark, but maybe not as dark.
Okay. All right, good. Now just focus on whatever it is like now. So if it's a 6 or a 7, just focus on the experience internally of that. All right. And then you can open your eyes. Good. Okay. Follow me again. We're going to start tapping again, okay? At the top. This feeling.
This feeling.
It's safe as I let it go.
It's safe as I let it go.
In the chest.
In the chest.
In the stomach. A little bit higher, right on the edge. Yeah. There you go.
In the stomach.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe as I let it go.
It's safe as I let it go.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
This memory.
this memory.
It's safe as I let go of it.
It's safe as I let go of it.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
It was in the past.
It was in the past.
The past doesn't exist.
The past doesn't exist.
It's safe as I let go of this illusion.
It's safe as I let go of this illusion.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
It's safe for me to let it go now.
It's safe for me to let it go now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Press the wrist, close your eyes, take a deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
And then relax your arms and go into that peaceful place. As you connect with that peaceful place, put a smile on your face. You're just intending to connect with positive feelings. All right. And then you can open your eyes. Okay. Just look around really quick. Okay. Good. Close your eyes again. Go back to the memory. And notice any shifts or changes now. Just let us know what you notice, Gavin.
It's a little lighter. It's not so dark and it's not so tense or tight.
Okay. Could you give it a number again? How intense would you say this emotional charge is at this point?
4.
Good. When you say 4, how do you know it's a 4? I know you're just giving it a number, which is good, but where do you come to the 4? And when I ask you that, what I'm looking for is, can you describe what a 4 feels like? What does the change feel like inside?
Well, there's still darkness. It's just not as dark as before.
Yeah.
There's still tension. There's just not as much tension as before.
Okay. Now, what I'd like you to do is tell me, are there others involved in this memory? Other people?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like you to look at them and notice what you see in terms of facial expressions or anything. What kind of energy are they projecting or expressing?
Not good ones.
Not good words, did you say?
Not good expressions.
Not good expressions. Can you describe them? How would you name them?
Lifeless, emotionless.
Yep. Okay, I'd like you to focus on those expressions. Notice how you feel as you focus on them. Okay. So you said lifeless. Did you say emotionless?
Yeah.
Okay, let's open the eyes. All right. Okay. Good. Let's begin again. Now we can do this, by the way, guys, eyes open or closed. But as we're starting out and learning this, it's helpful to keep the eyes open so we can see what's going on. But when I'm tapping myself, I will keep my eyes closed so I can internalize the experience of what's going on. All right. But it works just the same. So emotionless,
Emotionless,
lifeless,
lifeless.
let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe as I let go of lifelessness.
It's safe as I let go of lifelessness.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Whatever it means, whatever it represents.
Whatever it means, whatever it represents.
It's safe for me to let it go now. Yeah, perfect.
It's safe for me to let it go.
Yeah, good. You got this. Let it go.
Let it go.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
It's safe for me to let go of the past.
It's safe for me to let go of the past.
It happened,
It happened,
but it's not happening anymore.
but it's not happening anymore.
And it's safe for me to let go of the past now.
And it's safe for me to let go of the past now.
It doesn't justify their behavior.
Doesn't justify their behavior,
But it allows me to heal.
but it allows me to heal.
It's safe for me to do that.
It's safe for me to do that.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll do one more round. Thank you.
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 Gratitude. Easy, right? All right. Press the wrist, close your eyes, deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
All right. Connect with that peaceful place. Put a smile on your face. Really go there. Okay. And then you can open your eyes. Nice. You guys are really getting into this. I love it. Okay. So let's look around really quick. Gavin, where are you based? Are you in the UK?
I'm in Spain.
Spain. Nice.
Yeah.
Epic.
I'm on the sunshine of the Costa del Sol.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
I was in Spain.
Mediterranean.
Beautiful, man. I was in Cadiz just a couple of years ago.
Beautiful. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not far from here. I'm in
Nice.
Marbella.
Oh, yeah. That seems to be where a lot of people are going to nowadays.
Yeah, it's one of those places.
Yeah, I got to go there. All right. Let's close the eyes again. Now go back to that memory and let me know what you notice.
There's definitely a tussle in that doesn't want to let it completely go.
Okay. Describe that for me.
Well, the question that you would ask me is, out of 0 to 10, what level do you feel in? And it knows that this question is coming, and so it's not letting me just let it go. I guess it's sticking about.
It's okay.
Sort of saying I'm not going to disappear.
Okay. Well, how would you give that charge? What rating would you give that charge right now?
Maybe like a 3 or 4.
Okay, good. Well, that's a good shift from 8 where you began, right?
For sure.
Okay, so you can open your eyes. Good job, Gavin. Awesome. Thanks for sharing today and being brave and coming out here and just like doing the thing, first of all.
Thank you.
Now, in order to release that deeper and have a complete resolution, it would take a bit more time, I would think, because first of all, when we started to do this with you, I asked you to not share details, right?
Mm-hmm.
Especially if it's something of a really personal nature and you just kind of new at this and you want to keep a bit of it private. As I help you navigate through the entire release of it, it's helpful to understand some context and details, but we don't need to go into that right now. But I'm confident that you can release it because we've only done about, I don't know how many minutes was that? Maybe it was about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and brought you down to a 3 or a 4. So there's going to be some other layers or attachments that are connected to this experience. And what we would want to do is identify and become aware of those attachments and layers and begin kind of surgically releasing those specific details and attachments. Okay. So what I'm going to suggest that you do, so just in the interest of time, is that we'll move on with the next hand raised. And then I'd like you to keep tapping, okay, with us.
Sure.
How's that sound?
That sounds great.
Nice. By the way, I wanted to share this as well. Let me just see how many hands we got up. Okay, so we have a few more. I'll save this then. I wanted to share with you how and why this approach works and why we do it, but I'll save that for the Q&A portion and we'll move on. So, okay, next one. Is it Aryan?
Thank you, Zaec.
Yeah, you got it, man. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Zaec, for this, man. It's amazing. Just been following along with Gavin, but feeling better. Yeah.
Nice. Can you tell me about, so you were tapping with us, right? I noticed.
Yeah.
Can you share some detail?
Yeah, so I'll tell you in depth, kind of, if you want,
whatever you'd like.
In depth. So I was letting go of like the fear of rejection because it happened a while ago, and that fear is still there from that one memory, and I was letting go of that, and there was like this feeling every time we did it. I think we did like 3 rounds, and there was like a feeling of like this rope burning kind of thing, and like the intensity of that memory like reduced, but it's not completely gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So where did it start? And in terms of the scale, I mean. The number scale.
9.
9. Yeah. And where did it get to?
Probably 4 or 5.
Okay, good job. All right. So do you want to continue then from the 4 or 5?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So close your eyes. Now, you said this was about rejection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you open to sharing the context?
Yeah.
With us here?
So it was back in like 8th grade or 9th grade or something. I was super scared to ask this girl out, and my friends was like, just do it, man, just do it. And then it was like a half-hearted attempt, and I did it, and she obviously rejected me because there's like nothing there. And I took that so hard, and I just thought that everyone was gonna like see me differently and stuff like that, and I just took that in the wrong way, and just like used that as like a personality, like became like my personality that, oh man, I'm unworthy or whatever. So
right. Okay.
That's what it was.
Okay. Can you see this memory pretty clear?
Yeah. Can.
Okay. All right. So I'd like you to really connect with this moment, connect with this memory, see it, hear it, feel it as best you can. And as you're doing that, notice if the intensity increases at all.
Yeah, it's increased.
Okay. What did it increase to in terms of the scale, number scale?
At least 6.
Okay. Now, what did you focus on to increase it?
Just the environment, like the anticipation before asking her out.
Okay. Anticipation.
Mhm.
Yeah. Some fear of the future, some anxiety.
Mhm.
Okay. Do you notice as you're just stay there and do you notice, can you connect with, I'm not going to ask you to go to other memories, but is this feeling familiar to you in general?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is.
Yeah. Good. Now, do you feel it anywhere in the body?
Mainly like my gut and my heart just starts pumping rapidly.
Uh-huh. Okay. As you
And
focus on,
yeah.
yep. Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Was there
And
something
there's
else?
like shakiness and a bit of warmth.
Okay. Okay. Good. Good. Good.
Mhm.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Open the eyes. Nice. Okay. Look around. Now you have everything set up, right? Your peaceful place.
Yeah.
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 Okay. Good. Good. So I'm going to start with you
Mhm.
at the quick tap, which is
Mhm.
where we started before with Gavin. Okay.
Yeah.
Follow me. Just a little bit lower, right on the inside of the eyebrows there. Perfect. Yeah. So you guys have points here. And then there's a point here in the middle as well. These are different points, but we just use these 2 points here. Okay. Make sure you can actually see that. Good. It's safe as I let go of all my sadnesses.
It's safe as I let go of all my sadnesses.
It's safe as I let go of all my fears on the side of the eye now.
It's safe as I let go of all my fears.
It's safe as I let go of all my emotional traumas,
It's safe as I let go of all my emotional traumas,
all the anger and pain,
all the anger and pain,
guilt and shame.
guilt and shame.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
It's safe as I let it go all now.
All feelings of hopelessness and helplessness.
All feelings of hopelessness and helplessness.
Feelings of no control.
Feelings of no control.
Rejection and resentment.
Rejection and resentment.
Abandonment and betrayal.
Abandonment and betrayal.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
All right. And then press the wrist, take a deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
Relax the arms there and go to that peaceful place. Now, when you can feel those good feelings, I'd like you to open your eyes. All right, good job, man. Good job. So let's look around briefly. Okay, close your eyes and go back to the memory of rejection and notice what it's like now.
It's much weaker.
Say again, please.
It's much weaker. Like,
Yeah.
I can't. Yeah.
Okay. How do you experience that? Can you describe changes visually, physically, or anything else that you notice? What do you notice?
Like I said before, it was like a string that was burning. Like, I don't know, that sensation was in my head, and like everything was like melting away like colorlessly. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm seeing.
Okay. Okay. All right. Now what I'd like you to do is try and bring the anxiety, that anticipation back.
Mm.
And let me know what happens.
Yeah.
What happened there? What do you got?
Yeah. I'm feeling it a little bit.
Okay. Where on the scale is it now?
4.
Yep. Okay. And what is it like now? Do you see her in the memory?
Yeah. But not very clearly, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Try and bring back the anticipation, the anxiety as strong as you can, and let me know when you feel like it's been increased, or if it hasn't, that's fine. Just let me know when you feel like you've got it to where it can go.
Yeah. Yeah. It's increased a little bit.
Okay. What did you do to increase it?
Just like just focus on the anticipation part, and just like my friend talking to me and stuff like that.
Okay. What was he saying? Do you remember?
Yeah, he was like, just do it, man. Just get it over and done with, kind of thing.
Yeah. So that anticipation was building. Okay. All right. And then open the eyes. Okay. Now, in tapping, you like to keep your eyes closed, right? So would you like me to just guide you and say left of the eye, under the eye,
Yeah.
stuff like that?
That would be better. Yeah.
Okay, cool. We'll do that. So let's start at the top. Just do it.
Just do it.
Side of the eye. Let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe as I let it go.
It's safe as I let it go.
Under the eye. Just do it, man.
Just do it, man.
Just get it done.
Just get it done.
Go and approach her.
Go and approach her.
Let it go.
Let it go.
What if she rejects me?
What if she rejects me?
Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone? Let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe as I let it go.
It's safe as I let it go.
They'll make fun of me.
They'll make fun of me.
Lose respect for me.
Lose respect for me.
Let it go.
Let it go.
I'm unworthy of her desire.
I'm unworthy of her desire.
In between the eyes, let it go.
Let it go.
Unworthy of acceptance.
Unworthy of acceptance.
Side of the eye, let it go.
Let it go.
Not good enough.
Not good enough.
She's better than me.
She's better than me.
Under the eye, let it go.
Let it go.
None of that was true.
None of that was true.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Collarbone, I was doing the best I could.
I was doing the best I could.
It's natural to be a little bit nervous.
It's natural to be a little bit nervous.
especially as a kid.
especially as a kid.
It's okay.
It's okay.
In between the eyes, let it go.
Let it go.
It's normal to be a little bit nervous.
It's normal to be a little bit nervous.
Side of the eye, it's okay.
It's okay.
No one judged me.
No one judged me.
Under the eye, even if they did, who cares?
Even if they did, who cares?
No worries.
No worries.
This is life.
This is life.
It's part of learning.
It's part of learning.
I did it.
I did it.
And that's what counts.
And that's what counts.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Collarbone, that's bravery.
That's very bravery.
That's courage.
That's courage.
That's strength.
That's strength.
Many people are too scared.
Many people are too scared.
I wasn't.
I wasn't.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It's okay.
It's okay.
That was in the past.
That was in the past.
I'm in the now.
I'm in the now.
So it's safe to let go of the past.
So it's safe to let go of the past.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, press the wrist, deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
Relax the arms, go to that peaceful place. Put a smile on your face now. Okay, and then open your eyes. Good job, man. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, just look around for a little bit. Okay. Close your eyes, go back to the memory and notice
Mhm.
how it's shifted or changed. What do you notice there?
I kind of skipped the anticipation part. Like it just went to asking her out in my memory, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Little
good,
bit.
good, good. Do you still connect at all with the emotional charge, the negativity in any way?
Yeah, a little bit. I can still feel it in like my back of my head when I think about it. But
Okay.
it's much more smaller than it used to be.
What number would you say it is now?
2 or 3 for sure.
Nice. Okay.
Mm.
All right.
Like
Now
before it was crippling my whole body, like the whole like heart and whatnot, but now it's just a little like annoyance.
Okay. What do you notice in the memory that represents this little annoyance?
Probably walking up to asking her out. That part.
Okay. That walking up, it's about to
Yeah.
happen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to just replay that in your mind. Walking up, you're walking up.
Mm-hmm.
As you do that, notice how you feel. Notice what happens. And just let me know what you notice.
It's the feelings like strengthened a little bit.
Okay.
You get fiery in the head again, like a bit of heat.
Yeah.
Mm.
And what from where it is, where is it on the scale? What number?
3 or 4.
Okay, so it's gone up. Has it gone up?
Yeah.
Okay. A little bit fiery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What are you thinking when you walk up to her? Do you notice any thoughts?
Yeah. That that I've already been rejected, kind of thing. Like this is not gonna work out. It's like a death sentence kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Think about that rejection. Okay. All right, man. Open your eyes. Good job, brother.
Thank you.
All right. Now let's go again.
Yeah.
Okay. Fiery.
Fiery.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Side of the eye. She's going to reject me.
She's gonna reject me.
Let it go.
Let it go.
That under the eye. That rejection.
That rejection.
That rejection.
That rejection.
I've already failed.
I've already failed.
That expectation of failure.
That expectation of failure.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone. Let it go.
Let it go.
Expecting to fail.
Expecting to fail.
I'm going to fail.
I'm gonna fail.
This failure.
This failure.
This rejection.
This rejection.
So familiar.
So familiar.
Let it go.
Let it go.
I deserve to fail.
I deserve to fail.
It's safe as I let it go.
It's safe as I let it go.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
In between the eyes. I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Side of the eye. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Fear is an illusion.
Fear is an illusion.
Under the eye. It's safe as I transmute all fear.
It's safe as I transmute all fear.
Fear of rejection.
Fear of rejection.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone. Let it go.
Let it go.
All right. Now go back up to the top.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Side of the eye. Please forgive me.
Please forgive me.
Under the eye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Collarbone. I love you.
I love you.
All right. Press the wrist. Deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
Peaceful place. Connect with those good feelings. You feel that?
Yeah.
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. Just relax all the muscles in your body. All right. And then you can open your eyes when you're ready. Okay, good. Good. Let's check in again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's close the eyes. Let's go back and notice what you notice.
Yeah, it's reduced a lot
How do you know?
because I don't feel that fieriness, not as intensely. It's there, but it's very little compared to what it was.
Okay. Any other changes that you notice in the memory?
So every time like we do one part of the memory, like it speeds up. Like I don't like it. I don't notice it as much.
The memory itself, do you mean?
Yeah, like
Speeds up?
yeah, like the anticipation bit. I like it's not as much as I think it is, and then yeah, the whole memory kind of speeds up to the whole asking out bit.
Interesting. Okay. So stay there in that bit where you're asking her out. Just stay there. And if that's the source of most of the anxiety, notice how when you stay there and focus on it, notice how it makes you feel. If you can connect with any more of the emotional charge.
Mhm. Yeah, a bit of heaviness from my lobe.
Did you say in the forehead?
Yeah, on my forehead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Where is this memory at now, 0 to 10?
It's like 3.
Okay. Good. Can you make it bother you more?
Mm. Yeah, it's gone up.
Okay. What did you do to bring it up?
I just remembered what she said and what I said.
What did she say?
When I said, "Would you like to go out with me?" She said, "No, I don't really know you that well."
Okay. And as you repeat that, as you go through that in your mind, how do you feel?
Bit of anger and unpreparedness.
Okay. Anger at who? Yourself? Her?
Yeah, myself
Okay.
and at her because I invested a lot in her. I guess.
In terms of what? Anticipation,
Yeah.
expectation?
Just like expectation.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good. Where is it at now? Where did you get it up to on the scale?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then open your eyes. Okay. Let's begin again. Anger,
Anger,
side of the eye. Expectation,
expectation,
high expectations.
high expectations.
I had invested so much into her.
I had invested so much into her,
Under the eye. Into myself.
into myself,
Into expectation.
into expectation.
I thought I was going to close.
I thought I was going to close.
I wanted to close.
I wanted to close.
Collarbone. But a part of me expected I wasn't going to.
A part of me expected that I wasn't going to.
It's okay.
It's okay.
The point is I did it.
The point is that I did it.
In between the eyes. I don't know you very well.
I don't know you that well. Very well.
Side of the eye. Let it go.
Let it go.
Under the eye. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
It's okay.
It's okay.
That's reasonable.
That's reasonable.
Collarbone. Let it go.
Let it go.
Everyone's been turned down.
Everyone's been turned down.
It's part of life.
It's part of life.
There's nothing wrong with me.
There's nothing wrong with me.
It's not my fault.
It's not my fault.
It's nothing I did.
There's nothing I did.
It's just part of life.
It's just part of life.
It's safe as I let go.
Safe as I let go.
Safe as I let go of this and stay in the present.
It's safe as I let go of this and stay in the present.
In between the eyes. It was a learning experience.
It was a learning experience.
Side of the eye. I'm grateful for that learning.
I'm grateful for that learning.
It made me stronger.
It made me stronger.
Made me wiser.
Made me wiser.
Under the eye. Made me more experienced.
Made me more experienced.
This is growth.
This is growth.
This is development.
This is development.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone. I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Now I know what that experience represented for me.
Now I know what that experience represented for me.
It was an opportunity to grow.
It was an opportunity to grow.
To do something I feared.
To do something I feared.
That's what winners do.
That's what winners do.
In between the eye. I'm grateful for that experience.
I'm grateful of that experience.
Side of the eye. Let it go.
Let it go.
Under the eye. I'm grateful for her response.
I'm grateful for her response.
It made me stronger.
It made me stronger.
That's what winners do.
That's what winners do.
Collarbone. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm so grateful for that experience.
I'm so grateful for that experience.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Emotional resilience.
Emotional resilience.
Strength.
Strength.
That was easy.
That was easy.
I got it out. I got it out of my way.
I got it out of my way.
Easy.
Easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Press the wrist. Take a deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
Let go of the wrist. Relax your arms. Peaceful place. Feel how you want to feel in this peaceful place now. Notice yourself feeling confident, relaxed, calm, unattached. Put a smile on your face. Nice. And then open your eyes. Well done, man. All right, now I want to go back. I want to go back and check. Okay. How did you feel, by the way, about that last round, Ariane?
Felt warmth, like a crazy amount of warmth when I went to the happy place.
Mm-hmm.
And just, yeah. And the smile just like was kind of natural, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah.
Yeah, good, good. All right. So go back to that memory and let us know what you notice now.
Yeah, it's just going by much faster, like I said before.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's all I can say.
Good. What about the feelings associated?
It's not triggering as much like brain heat or whatever.
Interesting. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Good. In that moment where you're having the exchange with her, where you walk up, you have the interaction, what's it like?
It's kind of strong again. But I'm not sure. I can't.
Okay, so it came up a bit, right?
Yeah.
To what level?
3.
And what are you focusing on that is a 3? What makes it a 3?
The walk to her again. That's the thing.
The walk. Okay, go on that walk up to her. Walk up to her. Feeling that anticipation, that rush. Okay, you got it? You got it in your mind?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are you in your body? Are you looking out of your own eyes? Or are you seeing yourself?
I'm seeing myself.
Okay. Try going into your body, looking out of your own eyes, and notice what that's like.
Yeah. Strong sensation.
Stronger, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Yeah. Where is it at now? How much stronger is it?
5, 6.
Okay. So just by becoming associated, looking out of your own eyes, it went up to a 5 or a 6. Yeah. Okay. Good. What's repeating in your mind? The self-talk, including her voice.
It's like I won't do it today. Don't worry about it. It's not gonna happen. It's like it's just a death trap kind of thing because it's not gonna happen. She's gonna reject me, obviously. Shouldn't do it.
So you're thinking it's not going to happen today.
Yeah.
Okay. She's going to reject me. And then you open her and she goes.
She says, I don't know you that well.
Yeah.
So that's why she said no.
Yeah. Confirming the expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Open your eyes. Okay. So now I want to do, now that we're associated in your body, I want to do a round focusing on the specific self-talk that you just described. Okay.
Yeah.
In addition to other things. So I don't know you that well.
I don't know you that well.
Side of the eye. It's not going to happen today.
It's not going to happen today.
I'm under the eye. I'm expecting to fail.
I'm expecting to fail.
I've failed before.
I've failed before.
I've been rejected before.
I've been rejected before.
Rejection is somewhat familiar to me.
Rejection is somewhat familiar to me.
Collarbone, let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe as I let go of the expectation of rejection.
It's safe as I let it go of the expectation of rejection.
Rejection is normal.
Rejection is normal.
It's safe to let go of that way of being.
It's safe to let go of that way of being.
Rejection.
Rejection.
I deserve rejection.
I deserve rejection.
I love being rejected.
I love being rejected.
In between the eye. It confirms my expectation.
It confirms my expectation.
It's safe for me to think differently about this.
It's safe for me to think differently about this.
Side of the eye, rejection.
Rejection.
I put her on a pedestal.
I put her on a pedestal.
It's safe to let it go.
It's safe to let it go.
Under the eye, this expectation of rejection.
This expectation of rejection.
I was walking up to her to be rejected.
I was walking up to her to be rejected.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone, let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Okay, press the wrist, deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
Good. And then open your eyes. All right. Good job. Good job. Close the eyes again. Go back to that moment. Thank you for your patience to the rest of the guys that have their hands up. I'll get to you. What do you notice now?
It's not bothering me as much, for sure.
How do you know?
'Cause I don't feel it physically in my brain. Like the fieriness is gone.
Mm-hmm. Good. What number would you say it's at now?
2. Very
Okay.
low.
What is left that is a 2, do you think?
Just the environment, seeing a lot of people around.
Yeah. Okay. So the judgment from others.
Yeah.
Okay. Focus on the others. All this judgment. Everyone's looking, waiting, watching.
Mm-hmm.
What do they look like in terms of expression? What do you perceive in them? How are they thinking about you? How are they seeing you?
Yeah, they're like waiting for me to fail. Like they're just watching.
Here comes Aryan. He's going to fail. He's going to bomb. Right?
Yeah, that's what I see.
Okay. Open your eyes. Okay, good, good. All right, let's go. Expectations of others.
Expectations of others.
It's out of the eye. They're confirming my expectation.
They're confirming my expectation.
Confirming my fear.
Confirming my fear.
Under the eye. They hope I fail.
They hope I fail.
They want me to fail.
They want me to fail.
They're waiting for me to fail.
They're waiting for me to fail.
It's safe as I let that go.
It's safe as I let that go.
Their expectation.
Their expectation.
I'm only seeing myself.
I'm only seeing myself.
Collarbone. I'm seeing my fear in them.
I'm seeing my fear in them.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe as I let go of the judgment of others.
It's safe as I let go of judgment of others.
That self-doubt.
That self-doubt.
That fear.
That fear.
What if they're right?
What if they're right?
And I'm going to fail in front of everyone?
What if I fail in front of everyone?
That humiliation.
That humiliation.
Embarrassment.
Embarrassment.
Oh no.
Oh no.
They're going to see it.
They're going to see it.
It's going to make it worse.
It's going to make it worse.
In between the eyes, let it go.
Let it go.
They're just doing the best they can.
They're just doing the best they can.
It's out of the eye. So was I.
So was I.
We are all doing the best we can.
We're all doing the best we can.
Under the eye at all times.
At all times.
So was she.
So was she.
Collarbone. I can forgive her.
I can forgive her.
It's safe for me to forgive her.
It's safe for me to forgive her.
It's safe for me to forgive the others.
It's safe for me to forgive the others.
Let it go.
Let it go.
We were all just doing the best we could.
We were all doing the best we could.
Let it go.
Let it go.
I'm okay.
I'm okay.
I'm okay now.
I'm okay now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Press the wrist, deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
Okay, and then open your eyes. All right, Arjan, go back
Yeah.
there, buddy. I want to check.
Mhm.
What do you got now? What's it like?
It's much weaker. There's not much.
Okay, look around and notice the people.
Mm.
What do you notice? What's it like now?
They were just playing games. Like whatever, sport or whatever.
Not really paying attention to you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not really concerned. What's the memory like now? What's the quality of this memory like?
That I just I did it even when I was scared.
Yep. Okay, go into the interaction with her. Tell me what that's like.
Just a little bit like I'm calmer. Like less expectation.
Okay. Can you make the memory bother you?
Yeah, but very little.
Okay. When you say very little, what's it like?
Uh,
0 to 10.
yeah, like 1 or 2 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Just a little bit of feeling at the forehead. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What creates that? What are you thinking of? What are you focusing on?
It's the effects of the rejection, like afterwards, like me creating this thing again with the social expectations and whatnot.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Mm.
Like, did this affect your rep kind of thing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Think about that. More of the
Mm.
social judgment from others.
Mm.
Okay. Focus on that. You got it?
Mm-hmm.
Feel it in the forehead?
Yeah.
Okay. Open your eyes. Good, man. Okay, let's do one more round, okay?
Yeah.
All right, just kind of look around. I don't know if you can see much in your room. It's pretty dark, but just
Yeah.
kind of clear the mind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Good, good. All right. Close the eyes. And we'll begin at the top. Social judgment.
Social judgment.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Side of the eye, people judging.
People judging.
Maybe they wanted me to fail
Maybe they wanted me to fail
so they could feel superior.
so they can feel superior.
Oh, Arjan screwed up.
Oh, Arian screwed up.
Under the eye. Let it go.
Let it go.
Made a fool of himself.
Made a fool of himself.
Collarbone. Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Who cares?
Who cares?
It's okay.
It's okay.
That fear was an illusion.
That fear was an illusion.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe as I let go of my illusions.
It's safe as I let go of my illusions.
Whatever they mean, whatever they represent.
Whatever they mean and whatever they represent.
It's safe as I let them go.
Safe as I let them go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They likely wish they had the courage to approach.
They likely wish that they had the courage to approach.
The courage that I did.
The courage that I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, press the wrist. Peace.
Peace.
Let go of the wrist. Go into that peaceful place and feel exactly how you want to feel as best you can. Okay, and then open your eyes. All right, brother. So let's check one more time. Notice whatever it is you notice there when you think of the consequences, the others, and so on. What do you got?
Their voices aren't as strong, and my perception of them aren't as strong.
Okay.
Mhm.
Tell me about sensations. What's it like now? What's the quality of this memory like now?
A lot more peaceful. There's not much fieriness or anything building.
Okay. I'd like to do one. Good. I'd like to do one more thing.
Mhm.
I'd like you to go into where do you feel is more of the emotional charge or judgment, from her or from them?
Them.
Okay. I'd like you to now bring your consciousness into them, into their body, their eyes. So basically you are the crowd and you're looking at you.
Mhm.
So you're thinking their thoughts, seeing through their perspective. What kinds of things are you thinking as them? What are they thinking?
What is he doing? That's crazy. That's all I can think of so far.
Okay, good. You see yourself?
Yeah.
How do you see yourself? What do you see yourself like? What's the perception of you?
Not good, because like posture is poor, like scared.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Just look at you like that. Okay. All right, man. Open your eyes. So I want to do a round on this perspective, okay?
Yeah.
So for anyone that's following, you're doing the same thing. You're going into the perception or the position of those that were involved at the time, viewing yourself, thinking their thoughts, feeling their feelings as them. Let's begin. What's he doing?
What's he doing?
Side of the eye. He's crazy.
He's crazy.
He looks scared.
He looks scared.
Under the eye. He doesn't look confident.
He doesn't look confident.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe.
It's safe.
Well, he's trying.
Well, he's trying.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone. He's the courageous one.
He's the courageous one.
He's doing what we're all scared to be doing.
He's doing what we're all scared to be doing.
Let it go.
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 Man, he's got guts.
Man, he's got guts.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Between the eyes, I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Side of the eye. Let's see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Under the eye. Whatever happens, he's done it.
Whatever happens, he's done it.
Whatever the outcome, he wins.
Whatever the outcome, he wins.
It deserves respect.
It deserves respect.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone. Wow.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Press the wrist, deep breath. Peace.
Peace.
Relax those wrists, relax the arms. Okay, and then open your eyes. Okay. How do I pronounce your name, by the way? It's
Arian.
Arian. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Cool. All right. Now, I really want to go and check, man. I want to see what the crowd's like now.
Yeah. Much quieter in my mind. Like, there's no one looking, really.
Nice. Yeah, good. Anything else you notice? What does it feel like now in terms of the scale? What's the quality of this memory? Give it a number.
It's 1 or 2. It's 1, probably. I don't feel the firiness.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Now what I'd like you to do is I'd like you to create a white, very vibrant, bright white light in your mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like you to send this white light out to everything, every corner of this memory, all throughout the space, and everyone, touching everything and everyone within this space. And as this happens, notice as this white light heals, clears, clarifies, and brings peace to the overall energy. And when that's done, you can open your eyes.
Yeah.
Nicely done, man. Well done.
Thank you.
Great job, man.
Yeah, that really helped. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Okay, so, and then we're going to move on with Melvin. Thank you guys for your patience once again. Before we get to Melvin, so Arian, what I'd like you to do is obviously continue tapping as we move on.
Mhm.
And I also want to say here for some additional context is that what you brought here today, and also what we worked on with Gavin, these are very likely core, what we could think of as like a core paradigm, or something that has been a conditioned way of being for a long time and was learned. How old are you, by the way, bro?
I'm 19.
Nice. And
Yeah.
when did this experience happen?
This happened when I was 14.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this anticipation, anxiety, expectation, unworthiness, all of the things, all the language that you would use to describe this,
Yeah.
could connect to other experiences that you've had throughout your life.
Yeah.
And so when we're addressing memories that connect to conditioned ways of being, that connect to other experiences that we've had, sometimes they'll take a bit more time or effort to do the release because there's other elements involved. But today, what we're doing here is giving you guys an introduction into how to release emotional charges when they are associated with specific memories. There's a lot that I'm giving you guys. I'm going as deep as I can with with considering the fact that we've just started and with the amount of time that we have. So I just want to kind of add that as an additional kind of clarifier, that Ariane, what you'll want to look for, what you'll want to look for is, or be aware of, is how else you've felt this way before in your life, how else you connect with anxiety, anticipation, the expectation, unworthiness, rejection. Okay. Because this is what we would call something that would be more of a conditioned way of being. And so there's going to be more memories and therefore more reinforcements to this way of being real to you. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome job today.
When you were saying it,
yeah,
I remembered like three key things you said was like you had too much expectation on the event, and that led to other core like memories that like related to like a negative thing where I put too much expectation and didn't get what I wanted. And then the expectation of failure, like I can relate it to another memory. Like I can see like other things that it's affected.
For sure. So this is what happens, guys, and I'm glad you brought that up, is that when you start to see what you're doing here, what everyone's doing here, when you're releasing in this way, you are staying conscious, but you are accessing stored hypnotic trance states. So this is a hypnotic trance state of rejection, fear, anxiety, expectation, what have you. And when you go there and you pull it up, you're bringing it from your unconscious into your conscious mind because you can access it. And because you can feel the feelings, you are then in a state of hypnosis because it's not real. You're not there right now. This happened 5 years ago, roughly.
Yeah.
But you're here right now talking to me, sitting in your chair, but your body mind, which is your unconscious mind, thinks what you are seeing, hearing, and feeling is real, which is why it produces the state. That's why it's an illusion. It's not real. You're literally bringing the past with you into the now and then recreating the experience of the past now. And so when it's up, that's when we have the opportunity to release stored darkness each and every time you're triggered. Now, I'm just asking you to consciously attempt to trigger yourself through accessing a past memory. Okay.
I see. Yeah.
Okay. That's why we can say that what you are holding on to is not real. It's an illusion. But your unconscious mind, which is 95% of your mind, doesn't know that. It cannot distinguish between that which is real and that which is vividly imagined.
Right.
So this is why if you're visualizing something you want, I want to create a new future. I want to create a new future, but I feel like it's incongruent. What I'm seeing in my mind is incongruent with how I feel, what is possible for me. It's because consciously, which is 5% of the mind, I want this and that. I want to be, do, and have this and that. But unconsciously, I've experienced all of this, which is telling me it's out of alignment with this. And so it's telling me, yeah, no, you don't deserve it, you're unworthy. And look, here's all of the evidence. Here's all of the proof as to why you're unworthy to have this vision, because you failed with them, you failed with that, and there's just all of this stuff that's literally causing a misalignment with what you are consciously intending for your life. And this is why all we do is we identify what is in place that causes the misalignment with that which we consciously want to become, and we just let go of it progressively over time.
See, yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Zaec. Appreciate
it. You got it, man. Melvin, thank you, man. Thank you for patiently waiting.
Let's do this, Zaec.
All right, brother. So before we begin, you've been tapping along with us. Have you had any kind of experiences?
The first one with Gavin, I sort of got to the place, but I could feel it. I got some of the feelings. But instead of getting a bit easier, I actually got worse. I actually could feel it. When you said on a scale of 0 to 10, at first I started at 3, and then I went on 6, 7. So I was like thinking, geez, like, what am I doing wrong? Or am I doing something wrong? But it's just like the feelings got more intense for me. So yeah. I'm not sure if there's something wrong. I don't know if I'm doing it wrong or whatever the case may be, but it was like that. But with Ariane, I wasn't really into it. From my side, I was stepping along, but yeah, I wasn't really in it. But I can see the power and of this method or what you have in store for us. And I believe that's where my breakthrough is, because I always, when I met my wife about a couple of years back, I was this confident guy. And I'm still looking for that confidence. And that's like a couple of years back. And when you said traumatic event is considered traumatic, or any event that is emotional, there's an emotional attachment. I can think of so many that happened in my life. I've noted down a couple, and I'm not sure which one to pick because all of them has emotional connections to them.
Sure.
Well, I'm not sure which one to pick.
Okay. All right. You can, whichever one. Well, I would suggest one that you can really connect with a feeling about it. So you said I have many. Just choose one that you feel you like, that you can really connect to, and that you would like to let go of. And then I'll speak to what your experience was like why it went up. So you started, when you were tapping along with the group, you started at a, what was it? Like it was a lower number.
Yeah, like a 4, 3. And then it went on to 6, 7, 8.
Yeah. So as you were tapping, it was increasing as you were addressing the letting go of it. So why this can happen is because when you connect with something that is stored in the unconscious, you are bringing it up. So before you do this thing is, you're going about your day, you're living your life, and this memory may not always be on your mind. We're not always consciously thinking about all the shit that's happened to us throughout our life, but unconsciously it's there. Think of it like a malware or a virus in a computer. It's affecting the performance of the computer, but you can't see it. You don't know where it is. You got to run the antivirus software. So it's in the hard drive, and it then shows up in different ways, in behavioral traits, personality changes, patterns, so on and so forth. When you then say, okay, I'm going to look at this thing. I'm going to pull it up. I want to attempt to understand it. I want to deal with it. I'm no longer going to avoid it or just hold it down. By virtue of connecting with it, you start to feel it. Because you are connecting with it, you start to feel it. You start to see it, you start to connect with it, experience it. And so in the process of tapping on it, you can experience it going higher. So guys, when we are tapping, why do we do this and how does it work? When you think of the thing, okay, you think of the memory. You can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it. Maybe you can do some of those better than others, depending on how your brain is organized. Some people can't connect with imagery, and that's okay. But you connect with it as best you can. What's happening is that you're pulling up and accessing a thought like you're opening a folder on your computer. Now, when you stay there, your body is then usually going to connect with some feelings. I feel this in some way. How do you know you're sad? Well, I don't feel good. How do you know you're depressed? I feel depressed. What does depression feel like? Anger, intense anger can feel like tension in the chest. It can feel like heat. If you get angry enough, you can get physically hot, right? You'll start sweating. So you experience these things physically. What's happening is that you've got a thought structured in the form of what do you see, hear, and feel. That memory then think of it like information. That information becomes channeled through the meridian system or the acupuncture system. We have an kind of an invisible energy pathway system known as the acupuncture system. They're also known as meridians. And these meridian channels, think of them like veins or arteries, but for energy. And they surface at various points along the body. We're accessing some of them. We're utilizing some of them. We're just not using needles. We're stimulating them non-invasively through tapping. And when we do this, so we've got the information flowing through the body, and these meridians connect to organ systems. So we've got, we're addressing stomach, we're addressing heart, we're addressing small intestine, gallbladder, bladder. Every time we tap, we are actually stimulating the meridian points that connect to these organ systems. That's why people feel anxiety in the stomach. Is it butterflies in the stomach, right? I've got it in the stomach. Anger in the chest. Aryan mentioned, I've got it in the forehead, back of the head. All of this information is then expressing into the organ systems and in the body. That's why oftentimes, for example, repressed anger and resentment can show up as liver disease. If it's very pronounced, if it's been experienced for a long period of time, and if it's a large degree, it manifests in the form of dis-ease. When we are constantly under the state of stress in our own individual way, it expresses in different ways. So when we're tapping, what we are doing is we are essentially putting a kink in the hose, right? We're stopping the flow of that information, and we are in the stimulation of that flow, we are recontextualizing or letting go of the negative. We're not going to let go of positive. We can only let go of negative, because the way that the human mind and body is designed is to naturally thrive. You're here to thrive. That's why it feels bad to feel bad, because it's not what you're designed to feel. It's not how you're designed to live, I should say. You can feel it, but you're not meant to be living in a state of stress and anger and resentment and betrayal and all of the negative. So that's why when you do this, your body knows what to do with it. If you consume a lot of water, your body knows what to do with it. It's going to contribute to your health and all of the other things that Dave is teaching you guys, right? These are all natural approaches to making sure that your body can do what it is designed to do. It's already hardwired. So when you just let this go, it knows to let go of the information flow, the negative information flow between mind and body. And then so you go negative, negative expression, negative, negative expression. Think of a loop, okay? Negative thought. If you think of a negative thought, you will feel negative. You will feel it. If you think of a hateful thought towards someone for long enough, you will not feel good. So your body's responding physically to what you're thinking because it's energy. So when you're thinking it, You're creating this loop. And this is the conditioning that we talk about, okay? This is how this stuff becomes conditioned ways of being and patterns of behavior. If I think it enough, if I think of a thought enough, I think it, it will turn into a belief. Beliefs are simply a consequence of repetitive thinking and experience. So if I'm thinking it, I am creating a state of mind and body in relation to what I'm thinking. So as I do this, I'm letting go and I'm stopping that information flow throughout the meridian system. And so it goes, so at first it goes negative loop, negative expression. That negative expression reinforces the negative thinking. That then becomes stronger. And then that creates more of a negative expression. And so you've got this loop of negativity going. And it started with the memory. It started with the thought. When you do this, it then lets it go. And so then it stops or reduces the negative expression, which reinforces the letting go of the negative in the thought as well. And so now you're then literally reversing what you were holding on to naturally, effortlessly, just with some consistent decision and intention to let go. And as you do that, what commonly happens for a lot of people, sometimes when you start, it'll bring it up for you to deal with. And then as you stay with it with patience and intention, it will let go of the darkness. And commonly what happens for a lot of people is they'll just go back and they'll experience, wow, now it's actually bright. Or for example, what happens for me a lot of times, the imagery will literally start to move away and become less clear, maybe a bit foggy, out of focus, because I'm unlearning what I had stored. You're literally uninstalling a negative program. All right, so I just wanted to add that piece there so you guys understand what we're actually doing and what's taking place as you do this.
Okay, thank you. Zaec, can I ask you something?
Yes.
What would be the best time? For me, it seems like if you're in touch with your body, that you can access these memories and emotions easier. So in your view, what would be the best time to sit down and do this practice? Can I call it the practice? Because I'm thinking, what I feel like after I come out of my breath work that Dave is teaching us with this Wim Hof method, I'm more in touch with my body, and immediately I start visualizing, what I want in life. But how can I, when would you do this? Would you do it early in the morning? Would you do it after meditation? When do you start doing this? Do you do it at night when you start journaling? Do you do it in the morning when you journal? What if you find ways that you can access these memories and these feelings more easier?
Yeah, good question. The most opportunistic time to release is when you're triggered in real time. So how do you then leverage these moments when you are triggered in real time? By being consciously aware. You must devote yourself, you must commit to remaining as consciously aware of when you are in unconsciousness. Whenever you're in a negative state, you're thinking repetitive negative self-talk, negative thoughts, and you go, yeah, this is basically how I think about like this a lot. You're unconscious. You are unconscious by default. That by definition, you're unconscious because you're not consciously choosing to think this way. It's just happening on autopilot. So you then in the moment have to become aware what's going on unconsciously, and literally in becoming consciously aware, you then go, whoa, wait a second. I can let this go. Instead of allowing it to just fester and grow and reinforce, if I don't do anything, which it will get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger, which is why people don't change. Supposedly they do, but for the most part, they don't. So it's only because people are unconscious. So then if you say, well, I like having we're here learning about routines, right? Routines to better the quality of our life. And so you could say, well, I could devote some time within my morning ritual. I could do that in the evening, maybe 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. Maybe I could do one memory. Maybe I could do one emotion. That's one way that I teach approaching healing in this way. The other way, in addition to that, is to do it when you are triggered. So in the moment, this could be outside of your morning and evening routines. You could be on the elevator. You're going somewhere. You're in traffic. You're at the checkout at the grocery store, and the person in front of you is taking way too long, and you're getting annoyed. And you're going, come on, you should have gone to the express checkout, express lane. And you notice this stuff start to pop up, and you go, wait a second. This person can't even hear what I'm saying. I'm the one suffering. I'm getting angry at them. Maybe they're just doing the best they can. I don't know their story. Do I need to even kind of berate them in my mind? No, I'm the one that's suffering. This is darkness. It's of the past. So I'm going to let it go. Now you may say, well, I don't want to tap myself in the checkout at the grocery store. A lot of my members do. They end up just doing it. But what you can do is, once you've been triggered in a moment, or you've caught some darkness that you want to let go of, you just then, as soon as you get into a private space, you can then begin releasing what happened 10 minutes ago.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because what has worked for me, and which confirms what I'm doing, I just need to keep on doing, is that I would just note, the day's event, something that triggered, maybe me and my wife argued, or maybe, anything that triggered an emotional response. I'll just note it down. And when I do come, well, I don't have my journal with me all the time, but I try to note it down. And then in the evenings when I sit, I reflect on it. But just reflecting, just writing about it, that's all. So I just need to, keep on doing that. So yeah, you basically confirmed that my journaling practice, I just need to keep on doing and access those emotions.
Yeah, very good. Okay, now take your journal to the next level by tapping out what you've journaled.
Oh yes, exactly. That's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm alluding to. So I should physically, or I should sit there when I start journaling, read about it, and then tap into those emotions and that traumatic event. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Now I was just thinking, when you said it's like you need to access it there and then, I'm thinking, but geez, like I can't stand in a line in a queue and like go all thinking about my emotions and stuff like it. And but maybe with practice you can do it, I think.
There are ways of when you become a bit more advanced, you can start doing mental tapping, where you're not physically actually tapping on anything. And you can be tapping right in someone's face and they have no idea what you're doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all in the visualizers, you visualize it basically.
Yeah. You have to become familiar with the process of tapping, and then you can just do it in your mind. I've had people who just, like, before I even teach them that, they'll just be like, I just was walking down the street the other day and I just noticed I was mental tapping. Is that a thing? And they'll say it worked and it completely released it. So you can do that as well. And there are other ways of, this is one approach to letting go, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's a very, it's an approach that doesn't require, I'll say it like this. It's a very simple, repeatable, and easy to learn and use approach to letting go of however you suffer. I've had people who have done other approaches to letting go, other programs, and they found that with this approach, if you understand how to do it, which it's a skill that you need to develop, it's a psychological skill set. When you understand how to really do it, and that just comes with practice and devotion, it's impossible to fail. You just can't, there's nothing you can't let go of. If you just stay on it and you know how to release and you know what you're aware of that you need to release, I've never encountered something that sometimes there is a time equation, sometimes a variable. Sometimes people need a bit more time, depending on the nature of what they're releasing, how ready and committed they are to release it, and things like that. But once those are all in place, there's nothing, I've never seen anything that can't be released. Okay. And I've been using this approach since about 2015. And it doesn't matter the context.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But when you say, everyone, Dave talks about letting go, our friend Wim Hof, everyone talks about letting go, and I still need to read the book that Dave mentioned about letting go. But if you talk about the word letting go, what is it? How would you describe letting go? Is it letting go? For me, it feels it sounds like letting go of all negative emotions, all negative thoughts. Is that what letting go is about?
Good question, man. Yeah. Letting go. See, okay, let's why do we let go? Your ego mind. Are you familiar with the ego mind?
No.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. The ego mind is think of it like a computer program. It's what you have inborn within you. It's been installed since the day you were born. The ego mind's primary purpose is your survival and safety. We could do we could go so deep on the ego. Like there's lots of books on it. We could do a whole 2 to 3 hours on just the ego, but I'll try and kind of summarize. It's primarily focused on keeping you alive and safe. So it will keep you saying, I got to think of like primitive. I need to hunt. I need to get food. I need to reproduce. This is where sexual desire comes from. It's all ego-based.
Okay.
Now, beyond physical survival, I believe that the spiritual purpose for the ego is for you to transcend, meaning let go of even utilizing the ego at all. Okay. So now here's where letting go comes in. The ego, when I say, Melvin, who are you? Tell me about yourself. You're going to tell me, well, my name's Melvin. This is where I'm from. This is how old I am. This is what I do. These are my likes and dislikes, my interests. This is my partner. Okay. You're not going to tell me who you are. You'll tell me about things you've experienced and things that you identify with or as. This is of ego. So the ego will cause you, the real you, and we'll describe what that is, to believe a lie. The ego is essentially lying to you. So it's not our enemy, but it's not really our friend. Okay, so we don't want to demonize the ego. It's just doing the best it can. So it will say, you see these thoughts going through your mind? These are your thoughts. It will cause you to believe that you are the creator and the thinker of your thoughts. Wow, that's a pretty dark thought, man. I don't want to tell anyone about that thought. That's a pretty crazy thought. Geez, am I crazy? You see, so it will cause you to then identify and separate you from everyone. We're all separate. That guy's an asshole because of what he did. Oh, I feel good and righteous because I just realized that he's an asshole, and I would never do those things, but he would. And wow, society should punish him and banish him. Look how morally righteous I am for awareness of his sins, for example. Okay. Now, this belief or projection is what causes you to be and feel and think of yourself as separate from everyone else. We're all separate. And in separation is suffering. The degree to which you think you are separate from everyone, and therefore everyone can be either a friend or a foe, is the degree to which you suffer or can suffer. So the ego is an illusion. I'll just quickly Uh-oh. Melvin, you've opened the can of worms. I'm going to try and not, I'm going to try and keep this as like, I'm going to try and keep this as like simple as I can.
No, it makes it, it's very, very interesting. I think you touched the sweet spot in my vagus nerve.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Dave, could you please allow me to share screen?
Yep. One moment.
Thanks, buddy.
You got it, man.
Thank you. Man, you guys are committed. We're at 2 hours and 20 minutes. I love it. All right. So this is the map of consciousness. Has anyone seen this before? Dave probably has, yeah. Okay. Oh, and Nathaniel has too. Cool. Okay. So the map of consciousness was created by Dr. David Hawkins. He's the author of many books, one of which is Letting Go, what Dave has mentioned, right? Everyone, it's a must read. It's a must read, okay? What this is a scale of one variable. In truth, it's one variable. Now your ego will look at it as all separate and different. This is a scale of light and dark. Remember at the beginning when I turned out all the lights and I said, what is darkness? Darkness is the absence of light. Up here is pure light. Now, for your interest, David Hawkins had, so I won't go into the detail of how he came to all these numbers, but essentially it's a calibration technique where he's able to measure the spiritual truth or level of consciousness of anything that you can think of, a thought, a person, a country, a corporation, a piece of music, food, anything you can think of has a calibratable or measurable level of truth or consciousness. Up here, pure truth, and we have some famous spiritual avatars that calibrate at the level of 1000. Jesus, Buddha, Krishna are the three. I'm sure there's probably others, but in terms of recorded human history, those are the three that calibrate at the level of pure consciousness. In other words, there's no ego at all. Okay, so we can say this is a scale of light, and the absence of light, which is where suffering is, darkness, illusion. And we could also flip this on its head and say it's a scale of ego. Up here, there's no ego and pure consciousness. Down here, it would be pure ego and very, very, very little consciousness, as it's measured here, about 20. Okay, so this would be the level of joyousness, miraculousness, connection with God, no suffering. Down here, no connection with God, pure suffering, life is hard, achieving goals is hard, everything is hard, life sucks, God view is despising, you're hating God for where you are. So it's the level of shame. It's the lowest calibrated level. Okay, so your question, so we're talking about the ego. Now, this is all below 200 is the borderline between power and force. So power versus force. Okay, so when you've heard hustle, grind, you got to hustle, grind, bleed through your eyes in order to get the results you want in life. That's true, but only true within a certain level of consciousness. So it's not that it's wrong, and it's not that it's bad. It's just that there's higher levels of truth. So when you hear about people grinding their teeth to just grinding to succeed, sacrificing to succeed, that is because they are at a level of consciousness whereby the only way that results can be achieved is through grinding effort and sacrifice. I got to work 10 to 12 hours a day, and I got to sacrifice my health, my relationships, and screw it, I can't do anything else until I'm working and successful. And if I try and take a break, well, I'm going to feel guilty for taking a break because I should be working and hustling and grinding, because that's what everyone talks about. That's true at a level of consciousness, and that will be one's experience. If you let go of how you hold on to darkness, think of these emotions, any memories of darkness, then what happens is, think of a cork. You hold a cork down underwater. The only reason it's not floating to the top is because you're holding it down. Suppression and repression. You are suppressing or repressing the cork below the water. And in this case, through negative emotions, negative conditioning, self-sabotage, traumatic memories, the stuff that you hold down in your unconscious mind is when the cork is holding down. Now, as you let go progressively of how you connect to darkness, what happens? The cork naturally, effortlessly rises to the top as a consequence. You didn't push it. You didn't shove it up there. It's designed to float effortlessly. So as you let go of darkness, which takes effort to hold on to, and because it's draining of energy, you wind up with conditions, diseases, diagnosis of some kind, mental, physical, emotional. It's only a consequence of believing in illusion.
So
Did you want to
can
jump in
basically,
there, Melvin?
yeah, so you can basically say your ego is that which presses that cork down. It's because of your ego that you're pressing down. That's what you're saying.
Yes. So
your ego
then,
can make you actually sick at the end of the day. It's not your emotions, but it's your ego.
it's all connected because the emotion would be an emotional expression of a level of ego. Think of it like that.
So again, just come again,
So there's ego all throughout this scale, but as you go up here, less and less and less and less and less and less. As you go down here, the ego. I typically, when I'm thinking of this level, I'm thinking of the example of someone on the street addicted to hard drugs. Okay, so life is very experientially hard because of all of maybe the trauma, maybe the abuse, the darkness that they're living in naturally. So their life experience is naturally, effortlessly a consequence of the darkness they're in. They don't have to try and suffer. It's normal. Whereas for you, you go down there and you're like, damn, I can't imagine how anyone end up here. It would be a hard time. Well, you are only ever experiencing right now in your life the level of consciousness that you're at, which is based on what you're holding on to. So as you go up here, it's way easier to let go. As you go down here, it's harder to let go. But as you're letting go from wherever you are, it gets easier, gets easier, gets easier, gets easier. And you let go. Now up here, you are effortlessly experiencing life in this way without even trying. Your ability to forgive someone for taking too long in the checkout is effortless for you. You wouldn't even be triggered into the negative self-talk, for example. However, there's still ego. But what's the way in which the ego shows up at the higher levels? Well, you would still be identifying as the body, for example. Wait a second. Okay, I'm not suffering anymore, and that's awesome. Life is great. Business is effortless. Like, what I teach people how to do is how to become effortlessly successful so that achieving goals is literally effortless. That's what it's about.
Yeah.
And life is effortless, not just business, but relationships, anything you can think of becomes effortless when you get out of your own way. So now we say, great, life is better. Okay. In this zone, you guys can see the mouse, right? The cursor.
Yeah.
Okay. So life is better up here. However, I still have an ego. It's just not, I'm not stuck on the street with a needle in my arm. Okay. Down here. But now what is the way in which the ego shows up? Well, I'm still identifying as a body. Maybe below here, I had no desire to stay in shape and stay healthy. But up here, now I'm respecting my body as a temple. Okay. So now I'm doing things like I'm doing the cold plunges, the ice baths. I'm going to the gym. I'm eating healthy because I'm treating myself with the level of respect that I hold on to. Mm-hmm. However, there still may be a fear of death. because I identify as the body. And well, when the body ceases to exist, maybe I cease to exist. So it just takes on kind of subtler levels of, now you mentioned, well, okay, why are we letting go? Let's go back to your initial question. These are all attachments. The only way the ego survives is by attaching to life experience. So down here, yeah, go ahead, Melvin.
So sorry, Zac, to break your word, and I love the way that you're explaining it. But I just want to, I'm thinking this at the moment. So basically, what you're saying is, the ego and the ego is attaching to your life experiences. So if you can get rid of this emotional life experiences, you're basically fighting with the ego. Is that, or you're basically, diminishing the ego, making the ego but less. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
Yep, exactly right. You got it. And so along this process of letting go, your ego might go, hey, wait a second. You don't deserve to let go of this. Look how long you've been like this. Who are you without this way of being? This is how you interact with the world. Okay, so the ego's clever, and this is why I say it's not your friend. It does not care if you die. It just wants to exist. But the only way it exists is if you energize the ego by believing in the attachments. Okay, so there can be some walls or some obstacles in the letting go of something. And guess what? Those obstacles just need to be let go of as well. That's why when I say that when you really understand how to let go, there's nothing that can be in your pathway. There's nothing that can stop you from letting go. But as you go up here, the attachments just change. So before, well, it's like, oh, I can't even imagine getting off heroin. Okay, I just use that as an extreme, right?
Sure.
All right. And then as you're letting go, now you're like, good, I did that. Okay, now let's let go of the trauma I experienced. I was abused for so long, right? Okay, letting go of this, letting go of that. Oh, now I no longer hold them responsible. I'm forgiving them because hurt people, and they're just projecting their own trauma onto me. So I can forgive them. I can let go. Wow, now life is starting to look better. Okay, now I got some, now I'm getting, this is why anger, by the way, calibrates high in force. It's still force, but it's high because there's energy behind it. If I have anger, I can make some change in my life. This sucks. I want to change my life. Okay, good. We can utilize that. And then as we do, we go higher. Now we got courage. It's like, okay, now I believe in myself now. I'm believing in myself. I have some certainty. I can achieve what I want to. And then as we just continuously go, your experience of life is way better, but the ego is still attached in different ways, just in different ways. It's just not taking the form of the intense suffering that it was previously. Okay. Now here is when you surrender everything to God. So you may have heard about people, spiritual teachers who have, at this point, they can leave their body intentionally, because there's no fear of death. There's no identification with the body. And at this point, it's been documented. There's one in recent human history. His name's Paramahansa Yogananda. He formed something called the Self-Realization Fellowship. He brought the teachings of the East to the West. And he revered all of them, all the spiritual teachers. He wasn't bringing religion; it was spirituality. And he went to his followers. I think it was like hundreds of people at the time, or that were in this room. And he had thousands of obviously followers. But he literally said, "I'm going to leave my body," and he did. And his body did not decompose. I think it was about like a week or so, because of the high amount of spiritual energy that he had reached. He had a completely different experience. He said, I want to die in this way, as opposed to a diseased man, a suffering man. And so it would have been possible to do such a thing consciously, having let go of so much egoic attachment to me as the body, fear of death, and so on. Okay, so I'll stop the share there. Anyways, guys, this is like obviously this is my passion. This is my favorite thing. I could just keep going. Dave, hopefully we have the bandwidth to be able to hold on to this recording. Cool. So I'll just kind of pause there, Melvin, and then let you jump in
Okay.
if you have any questions or comments.
No, not really. What is the relationship between your ego and your belief system? Does your ego create your belief system, or does your belief system come from your unconscious? Yeah, it comes from your unconscious, but what's the relationship there between your ego and your belief system, in your view?
Well, they're connected. So think of the ego as your emotional involvement or attachment to your perception, meaning your beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
So if you tell me that, for example, let's say there was an abusive experience, okay, that you had when you were younger. Now, because of that, and the memory you hold on to, it hasn't been healed and processed, you then go, well, I can't forgive this person because of what they did to me, and they deserve punishment, they deserve justice, and I'm now suffering and have suffered for as long as I have because of what I experienced. Mm-hmm. Those are beliefs, right? That's a belief. Mm-hmm. But the belief in that way, it only exists in that way because of the repressed emotion, the associated emotional charge is what creates your perception. That's why I say the emotion is the learning. The emotion is the learning. So as we were working with Arian there, and we were letting go of how he knew that was a bad memory. Well, because I can see it like this. She said this, I was saying this, people were judging me. I feel this. Okay, so now as we're becoming aware of it, we're identifying it, we're then letting it go. We're letting go of what we've been aware of that is of negative. It's of illusion. It's of darkness. These are all the same words we can use to describe the same kind of thing. Yeah. And then as we let go of that, what happens? We're not erasing your memory. We're changing the quality of it. So now you can look back at a memory which is influencing your belief of self and think, feel, and see differently. So the belief changes, but because you've changed the emotional charge, the emotion is the learning.
Love it. Thank you.
So now you still have an ego, but you're not hating yourself. You're loving yourself. Yeah. So what we're doing here is we're bringing you away from how you hate yourself, like self-hate basically, into self-love. When you move into self-love, life changes as a consequence. It changes as a consequence. That's why I say when you get to a certain level of consciousness, everything that you're doing becomes effortless. Think of the ego as an acronym, edging God out. Okay, the ego is an acronym for edging God out. So as you unlearn your ego and you go up here, you are literally connecting with God. Another way of saying that is source, consciousness. When I say God, I'm not bringing into the fold like a religious conversation, right? You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
Okay, so you think you are separate. You think you are you. You think you are all the things that you think you are, but all of that is an illusion. It's of ego illusion. So as you let go of who you think you are egoically, you connect with truth and you effortlessly tap into higher level emotions, and you start to see through the filter of that which you are, level of consciousness. So if you're at the level of 350 as an example, well, you are now viewing life and experiencing life through that filter. So you're not holding people as enemies anymore. you're not triggered in the way that you used to. When you think about a goal, it just comes together when you think of holding in mind. What you hold in mind tends to realize, but it tends to realize more likely the higher level of consciousness you're at. So now when I'm thinking about goals, it's just like a thought on my mind, that'd be nice. And then all of a sudden, the universe, God, source, puts together the how. How is this going to happen? It puts it together in the form of a meeting, an opportunity, fill in the blank. And all of a sudden, that which I've been intending for now manifests as a consequence of a level of spiritual consciousness, which is why it's felt as effortless. I didn't really have to do anything except for intend. You do have to do something. You don't, I'm not just, this isn't where like, oh, you just sit on your ass and do nothing. No,
sure.
You have to intend. And by the way, buddy, it's work to do this. This is work.
Sure.
Okay.
Beautiful. Love it.
Okay. Nice. Awesome questions, man. Those are freaking great questions. Loved it. Very, very deep and profound questions, which tells me that's an indication of this being your future, meaning raising your consciousness. Because the question you think it's a question, but see, you already know. And the reason why you resonate with what you're being told is because you already know. And so the knowingness within looks for validation in the form of a question. So it's an unconscious knowingness, Melvin. And then you form a question, which the very, very smart and profoundly deep questions that you asked.
Mm-hmm.
And so that knowingness, which is unconscious within, forms in a question. And then I give you the response and you go, yep, got it. But for you to go, yeah, got it, you have to have that potential to be at that level anyways, because if you weren't, if I gave you the answer, you'd go, no, doesn't make sense. This is too woo-woo. Doesn't make sense. I don't get it. Because you're not ready for that level of truth. If that was the case. Does that make sense?
I think it's, thank you, Zaec. I think it's also the event, the traumatic event, also brought that type of questions to my mind. Why is it that it was traumatic? What was the feelings that I felt? And when you said, Melvin, when I said I have a lot of traumatic events, you said pick the one that you can feel, that you can attach the feeling to the quickest. And one popped into my mind. And when you start explaining this whole process of your ego, I can so relate to that event that was happening. How my ego fit into all of those events. It's not really an event, it is a series of events that actually, nevertheless, we'll get to that. I just thought I'll share that.
It was a series of events, meaning that there's a connection between them?
Yep. It's a series of events that caused anger, and the frustration, and actually sadness as well, and a lack of confidence. But I'm hoping we can explore that now.
Okay, let's do it.
We can,
Yeah. Do you guys still have like I don't know where you guys are, what kind of time it is there, but if you're here, I'm willing to go.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. Nice.
We go.
Who's that with a thumbs up? Gavin, nice. Gavin's still with us. He's in the ice bath.
Can I just move to my study desk? I'm just moving. Yes. Apologies if it shakes a bit. Just want to put on the light because it's getting a bit dark now. Yeah.
Sure. I'm going to open my door.
All right.
I don't have to write now, eh?
You don't have to write anything down. No.
Okay, so Kevin, let's get to that thoughts, feelings, and that ego. I'm ready for you if you're ready for me.
Yep. Ready. Okay. So what do you want to work on right now?
So Gavin, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Do you want me to share the event with you now, or
If that's fine with you, yeah.
Okay. So what happened is, look, after I finished my studies, I studied civil engineering, and I passed with distinctions, and I felt like just like this is for me, I got Dean's Merit Award, all of that. And when I started, I always felt like, and that's maybe where the ego came into, that, I can achieve anything that I want because I'm not academically strong. And when I started my work life, it was like, I worked for 1 year in one company, and then I moved on. And then I work here, and then I moved on, and I work here, and I moved on. And then eventually came to my previous employer now that I worked 15 years for, and grew to a stage, and then experienced these situations where now I'm not good enough, because people that I was coaching or training actually jumped the ladder, and I was getting envious about them, and I'm getting frustrated of my leaders, managers that is not seeing my worth, and starting to believe that now I'm not worth it anymore. You with me? So it's a frustration. It has caused some lack of confidence in me, I think. And although I still have a confidence in some aspects, I would say, but it is actually, in fact, after I learned about, I then continued my studies, because I was not getting stuff done. I was thinking I can do anything myself, whereas I needed to utilize a team and know what people is about. It's only when I started to get into the people business that I started to learn about, communication, what's the key to communication, and that type of stuff. So now I'm finding, then I started to study project management, where I learned, okay, actually, I like this. I like the people side of it. Yeah, but what I'm getting to is, I actually then only discovered that I was actually being manipulated, if I can call it like that. I'm not sure, but it was for his own hidden agendas. That I worked, so I believed in the vision, and he was a good leader in terms of the vision he created and how he spoke about it. But I felt like I was working tireless, and I was forgetting about my body and my marriage. I was disintegrating, and at the end of it, after 10 years, I felt like I wasted my time, because there's nothing I can show for it now. Instead of, I can only tell my kids, I was involved with saving the city of Cape Town from a near water drought situation. But other than that, nothing else. So that's the only thing that I'm proud of, that I was being part of that team that saved our city from a near drought situation. But other than that, I felt like, he moved on. He left the city of Cape Town. He left my work, and now he's doing well, and I'm still stuck here with being. So it's frustration, sadness, and I'm supposed to have found my niche. I'm still looking to find my niche in life. So I felt like I must be at this age where I've discovered my niche, where I want to be. But I'm still, like, I'm still questioning myself, like, is this really what I want to do? Is this my passion? Because I'm thinking about how passionate I was a couple of years back when I did that. So only to discover afterwards, but even your passion didn't produce results for you in terms of financial stability, you know, looking to the future in a brighter sense.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know what you can, I don't know what's the feelings or the fears. The fear might be that, you know, I lose my kid, my family. I won't be able to, you know, retire happily and live in peace. That's my fear, basically, if you look at it in the end of it.
Okay.
I don't know. It sounds maybe, I don't know if it's a common thing, but that's what it is.
Well, don't worry about whether it's common or unusual. It's irrelevant whether or not it's common. The only thing that matters is what's going on for you and how you experience it. All right. So you mentioned some key words there: frustration, sadness. You mentioned feeling as though you've been manipulated. Yeah. All right. So, but this is more of a storyline, right? Throughout your life that you can connect with different. It's more of like a series of events that has led you to feel this way. Yeah. Okay. So I will tell you then that this type of thing, like, we can address it, we can begin, but it will take likely some time to connect with, or not connect with, but just to unlearn this way of being, this pattern, just by virtue of how much you have there. Okay. All right. So let's just begin. Keep it simple with one core element or memory you have that connects with this.
Okay, I'm thinking. I'll let you know as soon as I have it.
Sure.
Okay, I got it.
All right. Do you want to give me some details?
It's when I was passed for promotion, basically.
Okay. All right. So go right back there, see what you saw, hear what you heard, and feel how you felt in that moment now. And let me know when you've connected with that.
Okay.
All right. What do you have in there? Well, what do you feel like you can see, hear, and feel? Can you describe it for me?
I'm looking for the words. And I like, what do you call it if you look at someone in a diminishing way? Like feeling small, belittled. Not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not good enough.
Good. All right. What does it feel like inside? Can you connect with a physical feeling at all? What does it feel like to be not good enough?
Feels like I'm doing something wrong. It feels like I need to. It feels. I'm looking for the words, Zaec.
No worries.
Feels like I wasted my time. Feels like I don't know who I am.
You don't know what you are? Is that what you said?
Yeah,
Or where?
I don't know what's my purpose, what's my passion. I don't know where I am.
Okay.
That's how it feels like.
Yeah. From 0 to 10, how strong is that?
Um, 8, 9.
Yeah.
I feel like if we go on like this, I will get it to a 10. Because I can feel, I can connect to it, I can see it.
Okay. Good. All right. And then let's open the eyes. All right. Just look around your space there. Good. Nice. All right.
Okay.
All right. So how easy was that for you to go there? Pretty simple.
Because it was some time back, I'm not, like you said previously, I'm not thinking about it daily, but when events happen, then it triggers that memory. So it was a bit, it was easy. I just needed to attach, like I said, it was a series of events. So I took one event and I visualized it in front of me and how I felt at that moment. It was easy to get there. It just took a bit of work, to experience the emotion, the feeling.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I got it. I have it.
Good. Nice. All right. Okay. You ready to let this go?
Okay, let's go for it.
All right. So I'd like you to close your eyes again. And now I'd like you to see a weed in the ground. Okay. Something you'd pull out of a garden. And once you have that in your mind, I'd like you to pull the weed out of the ground, roots and all, and watch as the weed dies.
Okay.
All right, good. And then open your eyes. Okay. Now, do you want to have your eyes open or closed as we do this?
Close.
Okay. So I'll just guide you then.
Yeah.
So we'll start at the top in between the eyes. It's safe as I let go of all my sadnesses.
It's safe as I let go of all my sadnesses.
Side of the eye. It's safe as I let go of all my fears.
Safe as I let go of all my fears.
Under the eye. It's safe as I let go of all my emotional traumas.
Safe as I let go from all of my emotional traumas.
All the anger and pain.
All the anger and pain.
Guilt and shame.
Guilt and shame.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
Safe as I let it all go now.
Collarbone. All feelings of hopelessness and helplessness.
All feelings of hopelessness and helplessness.
Feelings of no control.
Feelings of no control.
Resentment and rejection.
Resentment and rejection.
Abandonment and betrayal.
Abandonment and betrayal.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
It's safe as I let it all go now.
And anything else.
Anything else.
All right. Press the wrist. Take a deep breath. Peace. Just go to your peaceful place and connect with those good feelings within. And intend to feel calm, relaxed, and at peace. And when you can connect with those feelings, then you can open your eyes. Nice. Okay, let's just clear the mind for a moment. So we're just breaking the state, right? Because where you just were was in a stored hypnotic trance. It was a state of hypnosis. Okay. It wasn't real. All right, so let's close the eyes again. Now go back to that memory and notice if or how it's shifted and changed. See what you saw, hear what you heard, feel how you felt. Let me know what you notice.
It's almost like he's talking to someone else. The person that is courses. It's not like he's talking to me. It feels like he's talking. I'm there, but it feels like, you know, I'm here and there's someone else who's also me, but he's talking to that person and not me. That's how it feels now. All of a sudden.
Okay. Okay. Stay there. Close your eyes. Keep your eyes closed. Okay. Notice the physical sensations as well. Notice if they've changed. What's it like now? Like the emotional quality.
Feels like I can still see it happening, but and I can still see the emotion that, you know, how can I say, there's the emotion that I see, but there's not the emotion that I feel so much now, like I did in the first instance. I can still see the emotion, but I cannot feel the emotion. I don't know, slightly maybe, but not as big as the first one that I felt.
Good. So where would it be now on the scale from 0 to 10?
About 5, 6.
Okay.
So
Now, good. Now I'd like you to try and bring it back up.
bring back up the emotion.
Yes. Try and make it bother you again.
I will tell you as soon as I'm there. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Does it feel how it did before? What's it like now?
I can feel it. I can still feel it. But somehow I'm not, you know, how can I put it? I'm not. Remember in the first instance, I said I can feel, I'm getting more emotional.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I can feel it. It's there, the emotion. But somehow I see the emotion as something, you know.
Okay.
You know what I'm trying to get at? Something
Kind
like
of. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, good. And then open your eyes. Good. All right. And then we will go back. You can close your eyes again if you like. I forget, did you say it's eyes closed, right, for you? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Frustration.
frustration.
It's safe as I let go of frustration.
It's safe as I let go of frustration.
Side of the eye. Being manipulated.
Being manipulated.
Not good enough.
Not good enough.
They passed right by me.
It passed right by me.
Under the eye, let it go.
Let it go.
It's safe to let go of this unworthiness.
It's safe to let go of this unworthiness.
All these times I've felt unworthy,
All these times I felt unworthy,
not good enough.
not good enough.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Not worthy for a promotion.
Not worthy for a promotion.
Collarbone. Let it go.
Let it go.
Not worthy for success.
Not worthy for success.
Who am I?
Who am I?
What am I here for?
What am I here for?
What's my purpose?
What's my purpose?
What am I doing here?
What am I doing here?
This uncertainty,
This uncertainty,
confusion.
confusion.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's safe as I accept.
It's safe as I accept.
It's safe as I accept the past.
It's safe as I accept the past.
In between the eyes, let it go.
Let it go.
Side of the eye, let it go.
Let it go.
Under the eye, let it go.
Let it go.
It happened.
It happened.
Collarbone. I know that it happened,
I know that it happened,
and I'm willing to accept it
and I'm willing to accept it
for the purposes of healing.
for the purposes of healing.
I know there must have been some lesson,
I know it must have been some lesson,
a teaching lesson
teaching lesson.
in between the eyes. And that lesson could have been to let go.
And that lesson could have been to let go.
Side of the eye. It's okay for me to feel grateful
It's okay for me to feel grateful
for this teaching experience.
for this teaching experience.
Under the eye. It's safe to let go of taking it personally.
It's safe to let go for taking it personally.
It's okay.
It's okay.
From a higher level perspective,
From a high level perspective,
collarbone, I was meant to experience this
I was meant to experience this
and have this opportunity to let go.
and have this opportunity to let go.
Wow, so much to be grateful for.
Wow, so much to be grateful for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Press the wrist, deep breath. Peace. Put a smile on your face and connect with that peaceful place. Take another deep breath. And then open your eyes. Okay, good. Good job so far, man.
Feels good.
Hey?
Feels good.
Yeah, good. Indeed, it does. Close your eyes again. Go back to the memory and notice whatever it is you notice.
Yeah.
What do you notice there?
It's becoming more of a how can I say, it's becoming more and more as in, I view it more as of an experience, and like it's there, it's happening, but I'm standing here. It's becoming more and more like that. Next time, my first thought that came to my mind was like, it's there, but when I connected in the first time, it's like I was in there. So it's not like it's then every time I'm stepping away, stepping away, stepping away. You know, like getting further, further. It's getting further, further away from me. I can still see it. It's there, but I'm getting further, further away from it.
Right.
It feels good.
Yeah. Good. Describe that feeling, that the shift in the feeling as well.
Feeling feels like feels that I'm at peace. It feels that everything happens. Everything happens around me. Doesn't feel like everything happens to me now. It's like I'm standing here. I'm at a peace. It's fine if that's happening. It's fine. I can see it there. Like it's okay. There's something. That's how I feel.
Okay, good.
More at peace.
Good, good, good. All right. Melvin, I'd like you to try and make this bother you again.
Okay.
Let me know what happens. Yep, go ahead. What's happening there? Why are you laughing? This is serious.
It's becoming difficult, man.
When you describe how it's difficult.
I can't get into it. I can't get into that picture. I can't get into his face.
Yeah.
Okay, but give me some time. I'll get there.
Sure.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right. What do you notice now?
I can still see his face. I still, the way I visualize it now, I feel it now, is I still feel like he's talking to me, but it's just talking to me. He's just saying what he's saying, and I see myself as being a smaller one still.
Yep. Okay. Does it feel like the emotional charge is strong? Does it bother you? Or can you connect with, like, what level are we looking at here, Melvin?
Talking about 4 now. 4.
Okay. Okay.
4, 5. It's not as strong as it was the first round. The first round was really on it, but it's definitely not as strong. It's still there. I can still visualize. I can still see the picture. But if I want to connect with the feeling, it's like I said, it's becoming more difficult. But when I did connect now, I felt like, like I was the smaller one. I don't know what I want. I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. So the thoughts going through your mind now at this level of 4 or 5 are something like, I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Okay. Think of this uncertainty, right? Connect with that. How you know I don't know what I'm doing.
You're asking me, Zaec?
No, I'm kind of trying to inspire a bit of a thought process. That's all.
Okay.
You don't have to verbalize.
How do I know I don't know what I'm doing?
Yeah. So when I ask that, how do I know? What comes to your mind? Well, it could be uncertainty, could be I haven't been.
The way I speak to people and the way I let people feel, that's what comes to mind. Other people, my colleagues, my other stakeholders, other colleagues in the company. The way I speak, I don't really consider people's opinions or feelings. That's what comes to my mind. That's why I think I don't know what I'm doing.
Okay. Okay, good. Open your eyes. All right, nice. Okay, good. Just look quick side to side. We'll bring you back down. Okay.
Okay.
Nice. Close your eyes. All right, let's begin. I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Holding back.
Holding back.
Side of the eye. Let it go.
Let it go.
Under the eye. Not opening up.
Not opening up.
Closing off.
Closing off.
Closing off from people.
Closing off from people.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone. Feeling safe.
Feeling safe.
Thinking I'm safe in closing off.
Thinking I'm safe and closing off.
Feeling protected.
Feeling protected.
Let it go.
Let it go.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay to let go of judging myself.
It's okay of letting go of judging myself.
Expecting others to judge me.
Expecting others to judge me.
To see that I'm unworthy.
See that I'm unworthy.
Between the eyes. To see that I'm not good enough.
See that I'm not good enough.
Side of the eye, let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Under the eye, what will they think?
What will they think?
What will they think?
What will they think?
If they find out.
If they find out.
I'm not good enough.
I'm not good enough.
I'm unworthy.
I'm unworthy.
Let it go.
Let it go.
Let it go. Let it go.
Let it go.
Collarbone, it's okay.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Press the wrist, deep breath. Peace. Put a smile on your face. Connect with these good feelings as you intend to feel calm, relaxed, at peace. Take another deep breath in. And then when you're ready, you can open your eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
Nicely done. Okay. Where are you in South Africa, Melvin?
Yeah, I am.
What's life like in South Africa these days?
It's look, South Africa is still a beautiful country. I still love South Africa. I will always love South Africa because it's my place there I was born. But what life is like, it's not good for kids. You get the rich living close to Table Mountain, and you the poor the poor. So there's a lot of gangsterism and violence, and where I'm staying is reasonably safe, but there's places here and in Cape Town where you don't know if you're even safe in your house because the gangsters is just shooting outside the streets and kids is getting killed. It's 3 years or 4 years old. People is getting raped. It's terrible.
Wow.
It's not all over South Africa,
Yeah.
but the feeling of peace that you get is not here. And I was born and raised on the countryside. And there was time when we used to lay on the grass and sleep outside when I was younger, and not, thinking about someone will rape us or kill us. But now I've got 2 daughters. They've never experienced that. So, yeah.
Wow.
Excuse me.
Okay, well, since you mentioned that, I'm going to share this quickly since you mentioned the experience like that, right? Currently, or has been in the recent past. As Dr. Hawkins has calibrated, someone at the level of love, which is 500, counterbalances the negative energy of about, I think it's either 700,000 or 750 people. Because power is dramatically stronger, right? Strong. It tests as strong. Force tests as weak. So force, negativity, is weak, and which is why it's called force. And power, because it's truth, force is falsehood, meaning it doesn't exist, which is why it tests weak. Power, when one individual is at a high level of consciousness, it counterbalances the negativity of at the level of 500, I think it's 750,000 people. And then I think 1,000 is 10 million. I have to check the numbers on that, but I believe it's that. Yeah. So why I tell you that is because as you heal yourself and raise your level of consciousness, you are literally having an effect on the collective. You are literally influencing people. This will go mostly unseen, but you are literally positively impacting the collective. Okay. So that is why when we know this, when we understand the immutable laws of consciousness, we have an obligation to heal ourselves so that we can heal humanity. No pressure.
I hear you.
Okay. All right. So I just wanted to share that.
No, thank you for sharing that.
You have the opportunity to be a beacon of light in your community.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So Melvin, close your eyes again. And then go back to the memory and let us know what it's like now.
He's talking to me in his own diminishing manner. But, and I can see it, but I can't feel it somehow. It's like I said in my 3rd or 4th round, it's like he's talking to me, but he's talking to some other me. If I can say it like that.
Yeah.
Like I can see this me here, and then he's talking to you.
Yeah.
So he's talking to this Melvin, and I can see this Melvin, getting hurt about his words, and I can see how he's feeling. I'm this Melvin. But
Okay.
yeah, I am standing and witnessing this.
Okay. What I'd like you to
situation.
Okay, good description. What I'd like you to do is go into the body of that Melvin that's on the receiving end of that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm there.
All right. Do you notice it more? Do you notice the feeling more?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. What is it? Give us some keywords. How would you describe it?
You just need to work harder. But I'm already working hard. What else do you expect from me?
Okay.
Thinking, I don't know. I've given my whole life to this department, my whole time, everything. But yet still, it's not about the promotion, it's about just acknowledgement that I've contributed over the last 10 years.
Okay.
Not getting the not getting that acknowledgement feels that I don't belong here. It feels like I don't know what I'm doing. It feels like this is not my career or my passion or my purpose in life. But I like doing what I'm doing. But for you, it's not good enough. For you, it's like you need to get out, you need to get lost, you need to get out of my department.
Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Open your eyes. Okay. So this is what you've just described here of if I just, it's kind of like I didn't get the acknowledgement. If I would have had the acknowledgement, that would have sufficed. That would have been valuable. This piece of this is likely relevant throughout your story of in other elements, I mean, in other memories, in other experiences where you've experienced the same kind of lack of recognition, lack of acknowledgement. And this then turns into, well, I must be unworthy of value, love. It really is just a lack of love. That's all it is. If we wanted, we can remove all of the different terms and hone in on it's a lack of love, because that map of consciousness is also a scale of love and the absence of it, love or fear. So when we are right, you got love at the top, fear at the bottom. It's a scale in that way.
Yeah.
So when you're experiencing unworthiness, not valued, unacknowledged,
yeah,
it's another way of describing not receiving, not experiencing the love.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah. So,
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
That
yeah.
I'm just kind of connecting that dot and
Yeah.
helping to simplify
Yeah.
the pattern. The pattern is of a lack of love.
Yeah. But why do I keep on wanting to experience that? Because I've read that you can't determine your self-worth by other people. And why does some in society you still get, acknowledge people? Because I like to acknowledge people because I feel like, acknowledged for who you are, because I was not getting that. So I'm trying to be that. And but at the same time, I'm trying to be that. If I don't receive it, I feel like, like I'm not worthy. And it shouldn't be like that. But I should give the love.
Yeah. So that's a way to try and find it. But the reason why you'll continuously look for that experience is because, remember, it's the ego. And the ego isn't really smart. It doesn't make sense. So you go, well, why would I be seeking that which is causing suffering? And the ego is responsible for that. And the only reason why people continuously seek a source of suffering is because of familiarity. It's familiar. It's become a part of identity. So because the ego identifies with this feeling, this interaction, this experience within life, it goes, good, it's an attachment I can identify with, and now I'm more alive. not alive in the good sense of thriving, but it's something I'm attaching to.
Yeah.
So it will just continuously seek the same experience to validate itself. It's like the classic example of, let's say a young girl had an abusive father, and then she goes and finds the abusive boyfriend. Continuously, it's the same experience because she's learned that's what love is. Right? So it's seeking suffering. It's the same thing. The ego makes no sense. That's why I say it's not your friend. It just cares that it stays alive at the cost of your suffering. Okay. So we can also say that love is the antidote to the ego. The ego doesn't really know what to do with love. And when I say love, I don't mean human romantic love. I mean the love, like unconditional, like the love of God or source. So literally expressing higher level conscious emotions is not of ego. And the ego doesn't like that because it doesn't involve the ego. Say, hey, include me in your life. Let's go back to shame, guilt, blame.
Yeah, it's like what you said earlier. The more you practice on and getting in touch with those experiences, those emotions, the more you're fighting the ego, basically.
The higher emotions, yes. You frighten the ego. Yes, you do. Oh yeah, for sure. What do you mean let this go? This is who I've been. And then the fear of letting it go means death. It unconsciously represents death. If I let this go, you can't let go of your identity. Your identity is who you are. Who will you be without this major piece of your identity? And then the ego gets terrified. It gets terrified, and it will then it will latch on to whatever it can in the form of a death grip to try and remain relevant and real to you.
For example, it's like things come to my mind now. I'm thinking about situations where I'm still trying to find my niche or my spot within the project management industry. And but what happened is, because of this lack of acknowledgement that we've identified now, I would sometimes be on a call with someone in the office, and I'm thinking, my ego is telling me, hey, you are PMP, you are registered international project management. You are supposed to know better, or you're supposed to know this answer. And, I will feel like if I don't know the answer, like, you don't know what you're doing. And that's maybe where the ego, if I'm understanding you correctly in that situation or in that moment, that's where I could have identified this is the ego that's making me feel like this. That's what I'm learning here tonight. It's like identify those emotional, when the emotions get triggered, and then get into that emotion and what is it all about, and let it go. Thank you.
Yeah, you just let it go.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But because I just want to clarify this point, and then would you like to keep tapping, Melvin? Like, are you good here, or would you?
No, I'm good.
So
I'm good. I know there's a lot more work, but I understand. Well, I have a feeling for what you're trying to say. I don't understand the whole process, but I have a feeling for what you're getting to, and I could feel it changing. I could feel that I'm stepping more out of it, and I could go into it again, like you can turn like that, in and out, in and out.
Yeah.
I don't know what it did, but it's something. It's an experience. I don't know how you can put it, but I love it. I love the fact that I could detach myself from that emotional experience, and at the same time I could go back into it again.
Yeah.
So it gives me a feeling of empowerment. Like,
yes,
you're empowered.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly. That's what I want you to have.
Yeah.
Because when you don't know what's going on, you don't know why you're suffering, you don't know what to do about it. All you're aware of is the pain. That's incredibly disempowering. And then people go the conventional route and they go, well, give me a pill and I'm not going to dog any kind of conventional teaching or approach.
Yeah.
That's not why I'm here.
Yeah.
But they'll just end up treating symptoms and not really getting anywhere, and then creating a whole other list of symptoms as a consequence. So when you heal and you recognize truth and you let go of your illusions and you know how to do it, now you're dangerous. Now you're empowered. And I want to say something here is that when you experience the darkness in the form of suffering, and I say, well, it's an illusion, it's darkness and it doesn't exist, right? But you go, well, I'm still experiencing it. So how can I experience that which doesn't exist? It's a perception. It's an experiential reality. It's not the highest reality. It's not objective truth. It's you're only experiencing through the body's, the five senses, the body's eyes, the body's ears, the sensations. You're only experiencing that which you are. So if you're holding on to trauma, you're just projecting out the filter of trauma and experiencing more of what you are. And so you go, this is what life is. Life is hard. Why? Because that's what I experience. But it's only what you experience because of what you're holding on to. And you go, so a key word you mentioned was, okay, I will have to try and figure out my niche within this field. That's what the ego wants to do. Yeah, you got to use me and all your brain power to try and understand and figure it out. That is hard and effort. And what I would actually suggest that you do is you just focus on doing what you've not done before, which is just focus on loving yourself and become aware of all the ways in which you are unconsciously conditioned to not love yourself, let go of it, whilst simultaneously just loving yourself. And this is all just literally, when I say loving yourself, this is like child level, like this is just like being happy. That's what I mean. Being happy, choosing to be conscious, choosing to be kind to others, loving others with no expectation of anything in return, just the joy of giving out that. And what will happen? You will over time raise your level of consciousness. And as a consequence, things change. So you don't try and find it and try and figure it out, because that's hard. And that's the only reason why is it hard? Because you're using your ego. Your ego isn't real, but it seems real. I would rather you partner with God consciousness by raising your consciousness and let source energy figure it out for you.
But if you let go, Zaec, if you let go of that emotional or that thought or that emotional state, you said now when we did the tapping, let it go. It's okay. You know, like what are you imprinting in your mind that time? Are you imprinting a new belief or a new truth? Because you're not thinking, you're just thinking about let it go. But should you not, you know, like, is there not something else that you need to, because I mean, you experience that emotion because of some belief or like you said, the ego. How do you know what's the truth? The truth is only what God says, or whatever your spiritual God says is the truth. And then you're supposed to go and seek that truth, isn't it? To actually, I don't know.
You are seeking that truth.
Yeah.
Through letting go of how you seek darkness. If you hold on to and continuously give your attention to illusion, darkness, suffering, lower level emotions, then you are seeking that which you are giving your attention to, and you will then continuously know that which you are seeking. So this isn't about installing.
Okay.
This is about unlearning and deprogramming or dehypnotizing the way that you've always seen the world so you can see truth. You don't find truth. You don't get truth. You don't gain truth. You let go of illusion. And so it's like the sun is always there. but the clouds are in front and you're going, where's the sun? I've heard about this thing called the sun, but I can't see it. So I don't really know if it's there. Well, it's there, but you can't see it if your vision is obscured by the clouds. And so you just let go of the clouds and your connection with that which has always been there is restored. You didn't get or gain anything. You didn't strive, you didn't struggle. You just let go of an illusion, like peeling back the layers of the onion. It's there. You just got to peel back the layers and it's there. Yeah. All
letting go of the emotions, basically.
Yeah.
That's the onion too.
Yeah. Because then that's another thought. Wait a second.
Yeah.
What do I have to find? Let it go. I have to gain something. Let it go. That's the ego saying, wait a second. No, that sounds too easy, or it sounds too simple.
Yeah.
And life is not simple. Life is not joyous. Life is not easy or effortless. That sounds like magic or miracles. And no.
Mm-hmm.
So now let's doubt that. Let's throw in another kind of, you see what I'm saying? That's ego. So I don't listen to yourself. Don't listen to your ego. Your ego has no idea what it's talking about. Just release the illusion and be presented with the truth. Okay?
Yeah.
Love it.
Thank you.
Melvin, awesome, man. Thank you for coming out today, dude.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out here tonight. Thank you and Dave and everyone here tonight. Thank you. It's great.
Most definitely.
So far.
My pleasure, man. You're going to do awesome, man. You are going to do awesome. I have 100% certainty and faith in your ability to tap into your potential in this incarnation in your life. What you came here to learn, do, be, and have.
Yeah.
It's there. It's there. It's there already.
Yeah.
It's just waiting for you to align with it.
Yeah.
It's so simple. You just let go of the misalignment and the outcome is an alignment. Okay.
Hey, Dave, you need to let go.
Emotion and commitment. Yeah, exactly. All right, my friend. Nathaniel. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Did you have a closing thought there, Melvin?
No, just like I feel like I can cry. I feel like I can cry now all the time. You know, like just cry. Feel good. I don't feel scared. I feel like I need to cry.
Dude, I've been wanting some tears on this call. I've been waiting for someone to. Yeah, go for it, man. All good.
Yeah.
All good.
Yeah. Nevertheless.
All right. Thank you, brother. Indeed. Nathaniel, thanks for patiently waiting, man.
How's it going?
Epic. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Lots of stuff here.
Yeah. What stood out? What's on your mind? How can we help you? This Nathaniel will be the last one. We'll wrap it up with Nathaniel today.
Okay. Just not feeling like I'll ever get to where I want to be just because I'm just not supposed to be there. I mean, I do everything that I can. I do a lot of ambitious stuff. I mean, I got a lot of things on my checklist, and I mean, I work really hard. I do everything right, but I know that there's some self-limiting stuff going on, some self-sabotage for sure. And it's really frustrating, but it's been my like dark passenger, as Dexter would say, like where I feel comfortable, like you keep saying throughout the call. I just feel comfortable being self-sabotaging or something. Just I like the predictability. You know, I identify with it. It feels comforting, and without it, I just don't understand life without that. You know, warm ego or whatever. I don't know.
Okay. Well, that's part of it. That's what a comfort zone is. It's comfortable with whatever you're identifying as or with, even though it's like comfortable suffering, you know? Comfortable suffering. Yeah, life is not the way I want it to be, but yet here I am. And I feel normalized to this. So I think the thing, Nathaniel, that I would recommend for you most, and I always go here when anyone is presenting what you've just presented, and that is, here I am, yet it's hard for me to go beyond, is that to be able to go to the next level, to be able to let go and do whatever it takes to go beyond, there is a moment in time in which you have to draw your line in the sand. And you have to decide that this is my limit, this is my rock bottom. I'm not going to wait for it to get worse than it already has. I'm going to decide that this is my limit, this is my rock bottom, purely because I'm in control and I'm making the decision. I'm not going to wait for something to happen outside of me, something to justify a new behavior or a new mode of action. I'm going to decide. Okay. And so I want you to just say enough is enough and say, I'm going to do now whatever it takes to create, whether it's a better life, to create a new version of myself, and as essentially to create a new personality, because your personality, I want everyone to tattoo this on their forehead. Your personality creates your personal reality. So the personality traits that I had learned to develop, that I mentioned at the beginning of the call, is what literally created my personal reality. So then I had to become aware of all the ways I had learned to be, the person I had learned to be. That was not who I was when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I was happy-go-lucky, optimistic, joyous, like just always. And then when I went into the school system, I learned the opposite, and that's who I became. And people even used to occasionally tell me or ask me, Zaec, why do you seem like, is everything okay? You seem angry. And I'd be like, I was so normalized to it that I was like, what do you mean? I'm fine. And I was fine. Nothing had happened in that moment, but there was an underlying energy of kind of this bitterness, resentment, or anger. And so people were picking up on it, going, what's going on? Are you okay? You know, I'm like, yeah, what do you mean? What's wrong? Like, yeah, totally fine. But it wasn't until I became aware of the fact that I'm the common denominator in all of my life experience. I better get responsible. I better get honest. I better become objective and say, if I'm going to expect my life to change, I better change. So I want you to say, to get to that point, and that's something only that you can do, right? Is where you're going to say, I'm just going to decide that all the things that I'm experiencing, these levels, these limits, these self-imposed glass ceilings are going to be my bottom. This is my limit. Enough is enough. And then I'm just going to commit to doing better in every way that I can do better. And when I say every way, I mean in every way. I mean, do I need to start standing up when I'm at my desk? Do I need to improve my posture? Do I need to speak to my partner differently? Do I need to be kind to people that are strangers when I'm in public? You want to assess who you've learned to become and what you've learned to express unconsciously throughout everything in your life, every way of in your life. And then say, how can I do that better? That's no longer acceptable for me. Why? Because I said so. Then you are going from unconscious all of a sudden to conscious. When you're conscious, now you're free. You have the ability to free yourself. If you're unconscious and you choose to stay that way, there's nothing anyone can ever do. I'll pause there and let you jump in if you'd like.
Oh, I was just adjusting posture.
Oh no, because sometimes I can tend to rant, so I wanted to make sure I gave a pause there for you to comment if you'd like. But essentially here, Nathaniel, this is where you are because that's where you just told me you are. And I can give you the pathway. Dave can give you the pathway. Anyone can give you the pathway. Anyone who's found the pathway. But if you're not ready, you'll only go as far on that pathway as you are kind of ready for. And if it's the same level as your comfort zone, then you'll just kind of dabble, just kind of test it out. And this pathway will be no different than previous pathways that you've experienced, even if they look different. So you just have to make a decision. That's the only decision and change that matters. That's what gives everything else, or the pathway, the ability to provide the change, because you enabled yourself to experience the change. So that's where you are right now. I mean, there's probably more to your story, right? But I'm just meeting you now, and I'm just kind of going off of what you just shared with me. And I'm telling you that from personal experience, because that's where I was. Dude, I was a therapist for years before I decided that I needed to work on myself. Because before, I just thought, oh, I'm the healer, I'm the practitioner, I'm the therapist. Everyone else has problems, not me. That's why I became a therapist. So I'll just help other people, but I'm good. Now, that was when that is called the level of pride. Okay. Where I thought, I'm good, everyone else needs fixing, I'll fix them because I know how. However, I could only, for some reason, help people to a certain level. So I was frustrated at the same time. And then finally, when it clicked that I was the common denominator, this is kind of a good summary actually for the call today, that I was the common denominator, that I needed to work on myself. And then I realized all the ways. Here's what I did when I realized. I said, oh man, it's all me. It's all me. It's all me. My life, my external life is just an expression of what's in here. That's why everyone has a different experience of life, by the way. So I said, oh, it's all me. So then what are all the ways in which I practice darkness, unconsciousness? Do I feel shame in any way? Am I holding on to guilt, fear, desire? And I said, okay, I'm going to become so conscious of when I'm triggered into, or I'm expressing a negative way of being, a darkness way of being. And for me at the time, it was showing up in my close personal relationships, where I would just kind of always treat certain people the same way, in a negative way, because my ego said, oh, they deserve it, because look at what they're doing. They deserve this treatment. And it just kept me in suffering, in separation, seeing them as separate. They are deserving of this treatment. So then I thought, no, screw that. The ego's stupid and it's screwing me over. So I'm not going to listen to it. And I'm literally going to do the opposite every time I notice that darkness. So for example, if I'm triggered in the moment with someone that I'm always triggered by, I go, oh, why did they put that over there? Why did they do that? Like, I would never do. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. That's the ego. And I would literally stop myself, become conscious, because just a second ago I was unconscious. Now I'm conscious. And then I would literally, in my mind, forgive them, forgive myself, take a deep breath, and I would stop doing the negative, and I would love them in my mind. Thank them, love them, thank them, love them. I would go from down here, anger, blame, hate, aggression, okay? And then I would go instantly, forgiveness, love. Forgiveness, love, acceptance. And what would happen? The process is I would transcend that which was down here. And in a second, instantly, I'd take the darkness and transmute it into light. And I did it over and 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 over again. Because what was I doing in the past? Doing this over and over and over and over and over again. And then with what's that word? Entitlement, expecting my life to somehow change. I can say the same, but I'll just like change. I don't know. I'll just change. Or I mean, my life will just change. It'll just get better. But that's the ego thinking, and the ego is stupid. Okay. The ego doesn't know. It doesn't know. So I just stopped being that way. And every time I caught myself doing this, I did the opposite. And guess what happened? over a period of time, those ways of being, the conditioning that I had learned from the trauma in the past vanished. And it no longer is relevant to me. I don't access it. The triggers aren't there. It's not controlling, dictating, or influencing my level of energy, my life, my thoughts. I just feel generally awesome. And guess what happened? As a consequence, my life became awesome. I didn't really have to do anything other than the inner work. The inner work is the only thing that actually exists, because your life is a consequence of you. You're just projecting who you are externally. So Nathaniel and everyone else here, I want you to recognize that. Have this moment right now as the slap in the face, or like peel back the curtain and go, this is the reality, and go, okay, I need to level up, right? Dave, how many, and you don't have to answer this question, this is kind of rhetorical, but how many people, maybe they go, okay, ice bath. I know I need to do it, but damn, it's gonna be cold though. Can we just do it like lukewarm bath, maybe? No, you got to do the ice bath. So guess what? I'm just going to do it. But maybe some people might come in and go, I'll save that till later. Or maybe I can get the result maybe I can skip that. No, that's weakness. That's darkness. I'm just going to do the thing. And I'm going to move and act before I listen to the little mind try and talk me out of it. No, but that's going to be too cold. You can do it without that. Don't worry about that. No, just don't listen. Just don't listen to that mind, and just do the thing. You'll get out of your own way, and all of a sudden your life will change. And then what will happen is go, oh, that was actually easier. That tricky ego was trying to convince me that it was too hard and that the cold was too cold. And then when I do it, I get across the other side and go, oh, that what I was thinking was uncomfortable, wasn't actually that big of a problem. But had I listened to my ego mind, I'd stay in my comfort zone, and I'd place an emphasis on the suffering over the temporary discomfort of jumping into an ice bath, or doing a breathing technique, or journaling, or whatever I'm meant to be doing. And then that's the beauty of it. As soon as you become successful, it's like this big joke, because you're like, oh, wow, when I wasn't successful, success seemed really hard. Naturally, success seemed really hard because it was a consequence of who I was. And then as I've done it, you go, oh, wow, the big joke of becoming successful is that it's actually dead simple. How isn't everyone successful? And then you become aware it's because everyone's just holding on to old ways of being. So Nathaniel, you got to have this moment where you kind of got to be a bit tough on yourself. You got to be like your own drill sergeant. You have to be, because no one else is going to do it, right? Even if someone's screaming at you and going, dude, change, that doesn't work, right?
No.
So I'm just having a conversation with you to kind of maybe spark a bit of insight or inspiration for you to have that moment of, yeah, it's all on me. If it's going to be, it's up to me. And I'm just going to do it, not perfectly, but I'm going to do it today. Draw my line in the sand. Next day, I'm going to redraw that line in the sand. Why not? New commitment. I'm going to reinforce that commitment the next day and the next day. All of a sudden, you formed a new way of being, but one that serves you. Now it's unconscious. You've become unconsciously competent at something that you were previously consciously. Really, that learning curve, you're trying to drive a car. At first, it's fucking hard, man, because you've never driven a car. And you're like, you're awkward, you're weird. It's like you're scared, you're all in, you're focused, because you haven't formed familiarity unconsciously. So it's all conscious. You can't even hold a conversation. You're like, shut up, I'm trying to drive. And then you do it. After a few weeks, if you're consistent, your unconscious mind takes over and says, well, Nathaniel obviously really wants to keep doing this thing because he keeps doing it. He's not stopping. So now I'm going to take over for him so he doesn't have to be so consciously engaged. At that point, you form unconscious competence. Now you can do it while listening to the radio, looking outside, having a conversation, because your unconscious mind is doing it. You know it in the body. All we're asking you to do here is do the thing throughout that learning curve. Conscious competence is a learning curve. It's a short period of time. Once you do the thing throughout the learning curve, the unconscious kicks in. Now it's part of who you are. It's who you are. Now, what have you done? New comfort zone. Oh, I can do that now. I can drive the car. It's no problem. Before I was outside of my comfort zone. Now I'm driving with one hand. It's all good. So you're just continuously leveling up your comfort zone. And the only way you did it is because you raised your standards. You raised your standards by deciding, I will not consciously allow this old standard in my life anymore. I don't care if it's been like this for years. I don't care how comfortable it is. I don't care. I'm just going to do it before I listen to the mind trying to pull me back. Okay. So I'm going to let you jump in. I'll leave it there for you for now. Nathaniel, what do you think, man?
Well, I'm going to add super conscious to my habit tracker, Dave. He's got a habit tracker thing, and so
Nice.
It sounds like being super conscious would be good for the habit tracker. And so I am paranoid though all the time about falling into the old me. That's always been a common theme, and that's still the thing I'm bringing to the table. Is I'm like constantly always, it feels like that's my true self, and I'm like, is today I'm going to regress. It just feels like any day, anytime, it's just always there. And it's just a matter of time. And it's like, I have to do a ton of energy to be away from that. And I do really good for spats at a time or whatever. And, but it just, I'm like always paranoid about going back, regressing back to that. So what is that all about? How can I get over that? Because that's been a common theme my whole life. I mean, I accomplished so much, but I don't feel good. I don't feel good inside long term. Like it's like there's always a voice in there, like, no matter what, even if you're an astronaut and you make it to space, like there's some gnawing, ungood feeling. Like there's just like an ungood part of me.
Well, you're saying even if I'm an astronaut and make it to space, meaning a crazy accomplishment.
Yeah.
You're looking for fulfillment within from something without. Oh, yeah. Whenever you get something new, you get that newness, that pleasure from the initial gain that your ego gets juicy payoff out of, but it's incredibly short-lived. You've experienced that before. You get something new pair of shoes. Oh, good. That's fun. Excitement. Next day, you're like, yeah, great. They're a new pair of shoes and you're over it. Okay. It's the same thing. If you're just continuously looking to fill the void within, which is, it's going to be a love thing. This is always, I just always go back to the map of consciousness. The only thing that matters is raising your level of consciousness. So if you find the fulfillment within by creating it, by letting go of how you keep it out. Remember I said edging God out. So every time you're in the negative, you're pushing away the higher consciousness. You're pushing away God from going, look, I can just solve this problem for you. This is what free will is, by the way. This is what free will is. You have to use your free will. Like God's hand is always there waiting for you to extend yours and join. You join through practicing doing God's will. Again, this is more of a spiritual conversation, guys. It's not a religious conversation, but it's true. I'm just using the word God, okay? But I don't want that to throw anyone off. When you practice higher level emotions, think of it like you're partnering with God, literally. And he's going, yes, finally, this guy's doing it. I can help him now, because you need to use your free will. And free will is proof of God. Because if it was all forced on you, there would be no point of it. And that would be a tyrannical God. You have to use your free will and choose the higher emotions, the higher levels of consciousness of your own volition, of your own choosing. That's part of God's love for you. He's waiting for you to choose. You have free will. You can choose suffering, you can choose joy, you can choose peace, whatever, but you have to choose it. And when you notice yourself being paranoid, feeling paranoid about, what if I just slide back into who I was? All you do is you use that thought. First of all, I would tap it out in the moment. And I would go, well, wait a second. That's the ego mind trying to convince me. That's the ego mind trying to pull me back down. I can choose to juice that paranoia and say, yeah, which is just fear. You're just labeling it paranoia. It's fear, right? Paranoia is fear. So when you go, I'm going to just likely go back into who I was, what are you doing? You're in the past. You're not now. You're in the past going, but my future is going to be like the past, which is most likely true for most people, but you can change it. And so you go, I'm just not going to listen to that. And I'm going to let it go. And then I'm going to use this moment as another opportunity to draw that line in the sand, because wait a second, the new me doesn't accept the old thought pattern trying to convince me. I'm not going to accept that because no one else is doing it other than you. So when you say, but wait a second, maybe I have this paranoia that things are going to be like they always were. Well, if that happens, it will be up to you. It will be up to you.
Okay, when you say tap it out, like, can you talk me through that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I would definitely, everyone here, you got to watch the replay. Okay. Because this is a lot of information. We covered so much, and repetition is learning. So I want you to rewatch, learn. And I want you to also rewatch what we've done regarding tapping and start experimenting. Today I gave you guys like the tip of the iceberg. I go much deeper into tapping. But today was designed to give you guys an experience of how to leverage this, how to use it so you can begin to undo, unlearn, and break through in these ways. So I want you to take what you've been taught here and start to just put it into practice. Don't worry about, but I haven't perfected it. I haven't done it a ton, or anything else that your ego is going to try and get you to believe. I just want you to do it. Massive, imperfect action. Okay. So I want you to recognize the moment that I start to think this way, it's not me. Remember, the ego is not me. It's not the real you. What is the real you, by the way? Or who is the real you? Awareness. If you can watch and observe the content of the mind, that means you're not the mind. If you can observe it, you are watching it. You are the awareness behind the thinker, behind the mind. That's pure consciousness. But because you can't experience, by the way, we can all get to 1,000. Okay. These people, like, for example, the Buddha was just a dude. He was just a dude. He was part of a royal family at the time in India. And he decided to not go the path of being basically a prince. I believe it was. He was like part of a very aristocratic, I think, royal family. And he just decided that he was going to become enlightened. Okay. And he went through the process of undoing the ego and experiencing a lot of suffering in that process. But his devotion to what he was actually there for was stronger than the paranoia, stronger than the fear. No, fixity of purpose. I'm going to just tap based on what we learned today. I'm just going to do the thing. And maybe I'll need to rewatch the replay and tap along with the replay. And then once I've done that, I'll set aside some time and I'll pull up something in my mind that I can experiment with. Okay. And then another thing I'm going to commit to is being as conscious as I can be, like you said, so I can become familiar with the old self, the old personality. Who is that guy? Who is this Nathaniel that I think I've always been? Paranoid, fearful, comfortable in this way. Okay. Just become aware of who you've been first. Notice it, watch it, catch it, hear it. And then you'll start to become conscious of what was previously unconscious. Now you're becoming effective. Okay. Now you can deal with this. Now you can heal it. Now you can change it. When you don't know what you don't know, you're unconsciously incompetent. It's ignorance. We want to move away from ignorance to now I know what's going on. Okay. This is how I am. These are my behaviors that are not serving me. I want you to, this is, I know, this is a big answer, okay? And it could be a lot of information, maybe a bit overwhelming. So please watch the replay. And in essence here, man, I'm really just saying, I want you to become conscious of who you are unconsciously. Start there. Because when I give you the whole thing and you go, oh man, now I'm even more likely to fail because this is just too much. Start there. Start by saying, I'm going to become more conscious about who I am. Once you do that, and once you become better at that, you're like, oh yeah, I don't like that. Or this is no longer, I can see how this is not serving me. I'm no longer accepting of that behavior, that way of thinking, that thought pattern, that familiar feeling. Now, see you later, Melvin. Awesome to work with you today, brother. Now, because I'm becoming aware and conscious, I'm going to choose free will to stop doing that. Okay. Think of this as a project.
Okay.
Sound good?
Yeah, a lot of just consciously yeah, I guess I let my emotions get to me. I mean, I feel like I'm really conscious about a lot of stuff already. It's just like my emotions stop me from using free will and changing because I don't know the purpose of who I want to be, I guess.
Don't go that far yet about the purpose of who I want to be. It's too big of a question to answer at this point. I just want you to start loving yourself, becoming aware of who you've been. Start there. Okay. You don't want to put the cart before the horse and start to overwhelm yourself in this way. I don't want you to try and answer that question. Who am I here to be? It's there in waiting, but you have to align with it energetically. Once you do, through doing exactly what I'm telling you to do, the answer will be presented to you.
Okay. So how can I use tapping? Because I mean, I did have a few memories come up, but nothing really like core value. It's just like this not good enough feeling has always been there. So I was trying to find some core memories, but I couldn't really nail anything down. So how can I use tapping and stuff?
Okay. Don't worry about always having to find the core memories. Why I'm saying to start with being conscious of all of the little ways in which you practice unconsciousness. Is it clear when I say that, is that clear to you what I mean?
Mostly. There's some unclear.
Okay. Well, I just mean familiar ways of thinking, feeling, and being. That's all I mean. Okay. So I want you to become conscious of that, because you go, well, your ego goes, but I don't know where this all started. What's the main event? What, all this kind of thing. Oh, I don't know. Well, I guess I can't help myself. No, that's not true. The reason why I want you to look at the unconscious behavioral ways of being is because that's it. Once you become aware of all that, and you, in your conscious awareness, you choose to stop practicing it, stop doing it, and then do the opposite through, just start with the quick tap. The one we started with, Zaec has let go all my sadnesses, all my fears, emotional trauma. Okay. Not now. I'm just saying, when in those moments, start with that. Okay.
When I notice an unconscious thing, start tapping.
Yep. When you notice an unconscious thing, maybe it's a thought pattern, it's a familiar feeling. Maybe you got into an argument with someone, you're triggered. You're in the past in that moment. In that moment, take a breather, take a moment to yourself. Safe as I let go of all my sadnesses. Safe as I let go of all my fears. Okay. And just run through that. Watch the replay to get the language.
Okay.
And then notice, just like we did today with the guys, how do I feel? And then just keep tapping as you notice it releasing, getting lighter, getting better. Okay. Then I want you to also start to practice consciously feeling, thinking how you want to think and feel. Don't rely on your ego mind autopilot, because it will kick in and do the thinking and feeling for you. That's what you're worried about. That's what you're paranoid about. But it's just going to start to take over my mind again. Yes, it will, but you're not going to allow that happen. Why? Because you've drawn your line in the sand. And having done that, you've raised your standards, and committing to that standard, you're now going to be proactive in creating the new self by choosing my thoughts, choosing my feelings, and being. Look, if I say, choose to be happy. Now, the average person might go, well, but what? Nothing's happened to me for me to be happy. Well, no, that's not what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to decide, to practice the way you want to be. Decide, and then commit to experimenting with it. Well, let's see. Maybe I'm not that familiar with what it's like to be happy. So maybe I need something to help me find that. And then I'm just going to choose to be like that. And you will be literally creating a new personality. You will be literally creating a new version of yourself. And if you stick with that, and you're going to stick with that because you've drawn your line in the sand and you've raised your standards, then over a period of time, short period of time, don't worry, that new way that you're practicing consciously will be who you become unconsciously. And then one day you look in the mirror. Well, first, before that, others around you are going to say, hey, what are you doing differently? You're different. You're changing. There's something different about you. Okay. And then apply just a little bit of patience, because your external reality will continue to change and shift to match and mirror the shift you've made within. Okay. So I want you to be, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you want it, you just have to let go in the moment. I'm just going to give you like kind of the Cole's notes here, and like a simplified way of looking at this, without us going deep into everything that you're describing. Choose to be conscious. Catch yourself when you're unconscious. When you catch yourself unconscious, choose consciously to be how you actually want to be. Instead of the unconscious behavior, you're going to stop that because you're aware, and then you're going to activate a higher level of emotion. And you're going to stay in that higher level of emotion for as long as you can. Maybe that's 5 minutes. Okay. But guess what? With this new standard in place, you're going to say, the next time I catch myself today feeling down, what am I going to do? Do what I just did a moment ago. You're going to do that every single time. Pavlov's dogs.
So choose to be, so that's like an umbrella thing. Choose to be conscious, and then catch yourself being unconscious. And then when you catch yourself, then you choose a new conscious behavior that is aligned with what you want to do, and then stay as long as you can there. And then if you fall out, just repeat again.
That's a simplified version. Yeah. Yeah, you got it, man. Now there's a pathway. Are you going to do it? I'm not, and that's a rhetorical question. You're going to decide, and then you're going to decide again. You're going to decide it again. You're going to decide again. You're going to decide again. Every moment when you wake up, put this as part of in your habit tracker, part of your routine. I'm going to recommit. I'm going to redraw the line.
Nice. This will go right along with, have you read the 4 Agreements?
I have not, but I know it. Don Miguel Ruiz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That book really helped a lot with, I guess, the simplified 4 rules that he had. I don't know, it's just easier to catch. And like, don't take anything personally. Don't assume anything, be impeccable with your word, and do the best you can. Like 4 simple agreements. And that'll go right along with this. So
Perfect.
That really helped a lot, that book. So, I mean, I'll just use this in tandem with that.
Beauty. Love it.
Cool.
Good. And then what you also want to do is keep yourself accountable with your group here, with Dave, and so that everyone, including yourself, has the ability to measure and track this progress. Utilize this, right? In this extra element here.
Okay.
Groovy?
Yep. Sounds good.
Love it, man. Thanks for hopping out, Nathaniel. Great
Yeah,
to meet you
cool.
today.
Yeah, it was a good time. Thank you.
Indeed. Guys, that was an amazing call. Holy, you guys are hardcore. It must be all the ice baths. That was like 4 hours and 20 minutes. That was intense. So yeah, you guys are awesome. It was a real honor and pleasure and privilege for me to come out here to meet each and every one of you, help you along your journey. I have absolute faith and certainty in all of you guys because you're here. Because you're here is proof positive that you're on this pathway. You guys are above and beyond the average person that doesn't do these things. And I want to say a special thank you to Dave for this opportunity and his trust in me to introduce me into your community and to provide some value for you guys. So just thank you. I'm grateful for all you guys.
Wow,
Thank you so
wow,
much.
wow. Thank
Appreciate
you
it
Zaec.
so much.
Insane. Almost 5 hours of Zaec. I didn't even expect that at all. And I can't believe that I had you here, man. So many thanks. Extreme gratitude is all I feel. And I mean, I've learned a lot. I've healed. I've had fun. And I mean, we haven't even dived deep into like manifestation and law of attraction. I know you're pretty big on that as well. And just thank you so much, man. And yeah, definitely keep raising the Human Collective as you are right now, because you're excellent at it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, brother. Well, real recognize real. So because of all of you guys, because you guys resonate, Dave, because you resonate, you see that, that's an indication that you guys are on that wavelength as well. That's why we're all here together. None of this is accidental, So I want to just in closing, I'll leave you with some final words. And that is, I really want you to recognize the power and the potential that each and every one of you have. The ego does not want you to realize it. It's banking on the fact that you don't. It's invested in you not understanding it, because when you understand it, its days are numbered. When its days are numbered, you are really going to create momentum and serious transformation in your life. So I want you to keep this in your mind. Add it as one of the tattoos that you put on your forehead. So that you recognize, you always have, look, could I be doing better? I want you to really, what this is hold yourselves to a higher standard, but understand that standard crosses through everything at the level of thought. It all begins with thought. Am I thinking at the level that I need to be right now? That's the standard that you want to uphold, so that you're always measuring, not like with this hypervigilance, like always judging yourself, but it's like, how good did I do today? And you know what the answer will be to that. And then you'll know, how could I do better? What could I do better on? Don't worry about how long it's going to take you. The time's going to go by anyway. You just commit for the sake of commitment and follow through, and you have nothing to worry about. You will be successful, because success is a consequence of real success. Success comes from within. So if you are practicing and living as success, you don't have to worry or wonder or concern yourself or question as to whether or not you will be successful, because everything is a consequence of that which it is. So if you are success, you will experience success. Okay, that's just the way it is. So I want you to just keep that in mind and always hold yourself to that standard.
Beautifully well
Thank
said.
you so much.
All right, guys. Awesome.
I'd just like to say, guys, thank you so much for being here and for giving this value to us. both, obviously, Zaec, you've been speaking for about 4 hours, but also to Dave, and I just really want to honor the work that you both do. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, dude, you guys obviously already know, but Dave is such a leader. He's such a leader. And it's always been very obvious to me ever since I started to meet Dave, started to get to work with Dave. It was so like glaringly obvious the level of leadership and high value and high quality that Dave is and represents and therefore expresses. And so I just want to give a shout out to you, Dave, and congratulations on all your success. And keep winning. You guys are going to do amazing, each and every one of you. You're all just here at different levels of the journey. That's the only difference.
Thank you so much, man. Getting emotional over here.
Shout out to Arian being 19 and being on this journey.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. Really opened my mind.
awesome, guys. All right, well, I will leave you for today. Hopefully I'll be seeing you guys around somewhere out there. Be well, everyone, okay?
Thank you so much, Zaec.
All right, guys. My pleasure.
Yeah.